Chapter 1. The first cat to become famous in the eastern courtyard was not the Jiao family's black coal, nor was it the calm and steady de Pang, nor was it Yuna Kuang. At that time, the four scumbags of the eastern courtyard were not well known, but most of the children in the courtyard knew that there was a black cat sheriff in their courtyard. One day, a child who had just finished an art interest group class returned to the courtyard and saw an 8-month-old sheriff running past him with a mouse in its mouth. When he returned home, the child was so excited that he didn't even have time to eat. He fully displayed his artistic talent. He took out a crayon and drew a picture of Black Cat Sheriff bravely catching a thief. Later on, this picture was even taken to a competition. After that, no matter if it was the eastern courtyard or the western courtyard, or even the other elementary schools in the city, people all knew that there was a black cat sheriff in the eastern courtyard of Tsinghua University. In the language class, students had to write about cats. More than half of the children who did not have a cat at home wrote about the sheriff. At that time, the teachers in the affiliated elementary school just laughed and thought that the children loved the black cat sheriff because of the cartoons, so they did not pay too much attention to the cat. Many years later, the brave black cat sheriff that had been praised by many children became the favorite cat in Tsinghua University. Its picture was all over the country, and a few of the language teachers even gathered in the office to talk about it for an entire afternoon. In the hearts of the children and adults, the black cat sheriff was still as brave as ever. Now, many children had grown from little toddlers to middle school students, and some of the elementary school students had already gone to university. But when it came to the cats in the courtyard at home, many people still remembered the existence of the black cat sheriff, and it often made its presence known in the courtyard. 10 years had passed, and it was still the same. However, in the eyes of others, it had a different impression. People who were familiar with the sheriff knew that this cat had two characteristics. One was that it was very aggressive and did not care about its life when it fought. Wherever it was put down, it would get up and recuperate before running back to fight. The other was that it had a special gift for language, and it was very dog-like. There was a rumor that the sheriff's owner had raised it as a dog since it was young. Regarding this, the sheriff's owner had to cry out for justice. The sheriff was born with a gift for languages. He had been curious about strange sounds since he was young, such as the sound of a washing machine, a TV set, musical instruments, and the sounds of other species other than cats. By the time Sheriff's owner noticed it, Sheriff was already playing a pickup game with the little Pekingese downstairs. He was also becoming more and more proficient with his dog accent. Even Professor Jiao's black cat, who was recognized as the smartest in the entire courtyard, could not learn such an innate skill. Someone in the medical field had once said that keeping cats and dogs could lower blood pressure and lower the chances of heart disease. The strongest proof of this was Depang and Little Flower. Looking at the old lady who kept Depang, and then looking at Old Li who took Little Flower out for a leisurely walk every day, they all proved that this was indeed true. But the sheriff's owner didn't feel that way. When Sheriff was young, he was basically forced to stay at home. At that time, he didn't have the ability to climb through windows and high walls. Therefore, the things in the house were the first to be harmed. Sheriff's owner would see all kinds of bad things when he returned home every day. After he figured out his experience, the family would unplug the TV before they left, close the washing machine, don't put anything on the fridge, or just put some paper products, and lock the wardrobe. Sheriff's mental state was always fluctuating between active and abnormally active. Other than sleeping and eating time, he always had to do something to satisfy his overly exuberant curiosity. He would touch anything that humans used, and he was also curious about things that humans didn't use. Once, he was especially curious about irons. After his paw was burned by the iron once, he learned his lesson. However, he only retracted his paw. Every time Sheriff's cat mother ironed clothes, he would still curiously squat at the side and watch. When Sheriff gradually grew up, he wanted to go out into the wild. He couldn't be locked up, but the elders in the family didn't like to lock up cats. Their generation didn't care much about raising cats, and they were very casual. After Sheriff became familiar with the yard, he liked to provoke small dogs like Chihuahuas or small Pekingese in the yard. Then, he would jump to a high place and bark at the dogs that were angered by him. When he was tired of barking, he would squat down and lick his paw. He was interested in watching the dogs bark angrily below, but they couldn't do anything to him. Then, he would close his eyes and prepare to sleep. Every time the sheriff's elders saw him flirting around, they would happily slap their thighs and say, "Hey, I just like how cocky he is." Someone once suggested bringing Sheriff for surgery, just like Huang. After the surgery, Huang became much more obedient and less worrisome. Unfortunately, the sheriff's family couldn't agree, and in the end, nothing was done. As for Sheriff himself, he didn't have anything to worry about. At home, he had someone to feed him on time. When he was outside, he could find some natural protein to snack on. He could also find other cats to exercise. Although Sheriff always liked to provoke other cats and dogs in the yard, including Little Flower and Niu Zhuangzhuang, there were two cats that he didn't want to provoke. One was Depang, and the other was Black Charcoal. He couldn't beat Depang, and provoking Depang was simply asking for trouble. If he really angered Depang, he wouldn't be able to get anything out of it. As for Depang, he couldn't beat him. Also, Black Charcoal had saved him before. Besides, Black Charcoal had a bad temper. Sheriff would get beaten up if he tried to use his paws. Sheriff liked the four of them to act together. They had something to play with, and they didn't have to worry about being bullied by other cats and dogs. Later, a yellow and white cat came to the yard. Some people called it Candy Peanut. Sheriff fought with it once, but didn't win. Later, Black Charcoal took it to patrol the streets with Candy Peanut to pick fights. Sheriff liked it, so in the beginning, whenever he heard Candy Peanut barking in the yard, he would be more active than Black Charcoal. But later, Black Charcoal often disappeared. Sheriff followed Candy Peanut out a few times, but he didn't follow it anymore. Candy Peanut grew stronger and stronger, and became better at fighting. Whenever Candy Peanut went out, other cats would avoid it. Sheriff couldn't find one to spar with, so he was very unhappy. So, when Candy Peanut came to the yard to call for its friends, Sheriff pretended that he didn't hear it. Then, after Candy Peanut left, he would go out to fight with other cats or tease the little Pekingese and Chihuahuas in the yard. 10 years later, Sheriff didn't tease puppies as much as before, but he still couldn't stay idle. He spent half of his time in the yard, and half of his time in the small garden. His cat friends were in the yard, and his two dog friends were in the small garden. For Sheriff, every day was full of fun. Even if there wasn't any fun, he could still create fun. One day in June, the atmosphere in the yard was very strange. All the owners were nervous, fearing that their cats would be kidnapped. Huang was locked up at home, and there were no other cats in the yard. Today, the sheriff managed to sneak out of the yard through a gap. She hadn't seen Charcoal for 3 days in a row. When she walked past the building, she cried out twice at the top of her lungs. When she raised her head to look, she didn't see a black cat's head peeking out from the balcony on the 5th floor. Only Fatty, who was squatting on the balcony on the 1st floor, lifted his eyelids and swept a glance in her direction. Seeing that Depang didn't want to move, and that he couldn't call his other friends, Sheriff could only go out to have fun. After wandering around the woods in the yard, rolling a few times in the grass, and sharpening his claws, Sheriff saw a familiar object. Not far from him, there was a brown object on a short branch. At this time, one by one, small things were crawling out of it. The brown object on the branch was a praying mantis egg. At this time, small praying mantids that were almost the color of flesh were crawling out of the egg. Relatively speaking, these praying mantis eggs hatched a little late. In some places on the campus, they hatched in May. Sheriff had seen these small things before. Not long ago, he saw them in the small garden. Old Man Lon didn't let him harm these small things. So, Sheriff, who had nothing to do, squatted in front of the short branch, tilted his head and curiously looked at the hatched praying mantids. He didn't move his claws, just looked, and the tip of his tail swayed back and forth. After watching for a long time, most of the small praying mantids had hatched. Sheriff stretched out his forearm, yawned, and raised his paw to lick it. Suddenly, he found a small praying mantis on his paw climbing up his forearm. So, Sheriff put aside the idea of licking his paw for the time being. Instead, he suddenly jumped up and did a few difficult somersaults in the air, jumping left and right, pouncing forward and rolling back. 2 students who came to the east yard to visit the teachers passed by. The person in the singlet pointed at Sheriff and said to his companion, "Look, the school pet is acting crazy again." The other person glanced at him, probably found something fun. The newly hatched praying mantids were too small, so they didn't notice them at all. That's hard to say. Last week, I saw it jumping on the lawn in front of our school. In order to study it, I even squatted beside it and held up my phone to take pictures for nearly half an hour. I still can't figure out why it's playing so happily. Is it playing with you? Who knows? I don't understand the world of lunatics. Anyway, now that I think about it, I feel that I did something stupid. Furthermore, I was seen by the dean. The student in the singlet had a bitter expression on his face, as if he had done something that was too late for regrets. Did the dean talk to you about life? No. That's good. The old man just shook his head with his hands behind his back and said, "One is crazy while the other is crazy." Damn, I felt like *ting myself at that time. The 2 students didn't go closer to take a look. They felt that it was probably the same as a few days ago. They didn't know what the school pet was doing, so mortals like them didn't want to find out. Sheriff didn't know at all that he had caused trouble for others. He was now immersed in his own world, having a good time. What made Sheriff stop was a dog's bark. After hearing the dog's bark, Sheriff immediately shifted his attention and looked towards the iron gate of the courtyard that had been closed all this time. There was a tabby dog standing by the gate. After barking at Sheriff, the tabby dog looked towards Building B and looked around. It didn't see the black cat, so it turned its attention back. Sheriff ran over and got out of the iron gate. He ran towards the small flower garden with the tabby dog, Shunzi. Every 2 steps he ran, he fluttered the flowers next to him and rubbed against the grass twice. When he was rubbing his back against the grass with his belly facing up, Sheriff swept his gaze across the courtyard bathed in sunlight. The walls of the old residential buildings were covered with ivy. His gaze stopped at the balcony of the 5th floor of Building B for a few seconds. There were many cats in the courtyard. They disappeared and disappeared forever. Even if he wanted to fight, he couldn't find them. What about black charcoal? Without black charcoal, the 3 cats didn't move together anymore. Chapter 2. In many people's eyes, Depang was a quiet dragonly that was a little stronger and fatter than the other cats in the compound. Few people knew that Depang was actually small and thin when it was young. Before Depang was raised, the old lady with gray hair lived alone. Although her son had always wanted to take the old lady over, the old lady still preferred the compound where she had lived for decades and refused her son's suggestion to hire a nanny. One day, the old lady saw someone raising a cat in the compound and had the idea of raising a cat. She was invited back to her hometown to attend a junior's wedding, so she planned to go back to her hometown and pick a kitten to bring back. She still preferred cats from her hometown. The old lady's hometown was in the province, not too far from the city. Every week, people from her hometown would come to the provincial capital to do business and transport goods. Naturally, they would also visit the old lady. After all, some of them could do business in the provincial capital safely because of the old lady's connections, so they would definitely come to visit during the holidays. Coincidentally, the female cat of one of the visitors had given birth. When he heard that the old lady wanted to catch a cat from her hometown, he immediately agreed. The old lady took the car arranged by her son back to her hometown. When she arrived, she found out that there would be a few juniors holding weddings in the next month or so. Although they were not related by blood, the relationship between the older generation was there. Some people warmly urged her to stay. The old lady also felt that it was too troublesome to go back and forth from her hometown, so she decided to stay in her hometown for a month or 2 before going back to the provincial capital. After all, many of her peers were old and might pass away at any time. She wanted to talk more while her bones were still strong. During this time, the old lady went to choose a cat. In fact, when the old lady went over, the litter of kittens were already more than a month old. They were strong and had beautiful fur colors. They had already been booked, but the family did not tell the old lady. They only let the old lady choose which one she liked. For that family, they often went to the provincial capital to transport goods, so they definitely had to build a good relationship with the old lady. Therefore, compared to other people in the village, they wanted to please the old lady more, as long as the old lady was satisfied with the cat she chose. As for other people who had already come to order cats, they didn't care much. It was just a cat. They would apologize and drink some wine, and this matter would be over. However, the family did not expect the old lady to look at the litter of kittens and finally pick the smallest one. This is the last one to be born. Usually, it can't compete with other kittens for food. It was born small and didn't eat as much as other kittens. This month, it's even more obvious. The man stroked the cat's fur to comfort her. His cat was an old cat and was familiar with people. She didn't run away at the sight of people like other cats. Even when neighbors came to see their kittens, she didn't care much. Now that she saw an unfamiliar old lady, she was a little alert and uneasy. After the owner stroked her fur, she calmed down again. "That's the one. I liked it at first glance," the old lady said as she pointed at the obviously smaller kitten that was squeezed into the corner by its siblings. She picked a cat based on fate, and once she liked it, she decided on it. The master wanted to persuade her, but seeing that the old lady had made up her mind, he didn't say anything more. 4 kittens had already been ordered in this litter. He planned to keep one for himself. As for the smallest one, he planned to sell it when it grew up, but he didn't expect the old lady to take a fancy to it. A week later, the family sent the cat to the old lady. The kitten was almost 2 months old. In the past few days, people had gone to pick up cats one after another. There were only 2 kittens left in the litter. Now that the smallest one was sent over, there was only one left in the litter. As for naming, the villagers rarely thought of names for cats, so they didn't give much advice in this regard. The old lady saw that the kitten was thin and small, so she named it Depang. She hoped that the kitten would grow up bigger and stronger in the future. Depang. The old lady held Depang with both hands and shouted the name a few times. Fatty, who was only 2 months old, was being held in the palm of her hand. His shriveled little body trembled as he stared pitifully at the old lady in front of him. His meowing was not loud, and compared to the other kittens, he seemed much weaker. After returning to the provincial capital, Depang grew in size and wasn't as shriveled as it was when it was young. Every month, the old lady brought it to live in the military compound, and it was exposed to more new things. Depang was very clingy to the old lady. It didn't need to be tied up with a leash, and it didn't run around the house as energetically as the other cats, which was rare among cats. However, even though Depang was much quieter than the other cats, it was still a cat. Every cat had to pay a price for their actions, and Depang's price was an indissoluble bond with instant noodles. Once, the old lady brought Depang to live with her son again. The old lady was pulled out by a friend for a chat, and Depang was left alone in the house. It walked around the house, then climbed along the legs of the table and looked at the things on the table. There weren't many things on the table. Other than a cup, there was only a bag of instant noodles. Depang stared at the bag of instant noodles for half a minute, and couldn't help but raise its paw to touch it. The sound made by the outer packaging of the instant noodles made Depang very curious. Just touching it wasn't enough to satisfy its curiosity, so it walked up and stepped on it a few times. Caw! A sound that was different from the sound of the instant noodle packaging made Fatty pause for a moment. After that, he started to stomp even more joyfully. Although the caw sound could not be heard every time, it could be heard after a few times. So, when Depang's cat father entered the house, he saw Depang squatting on the instant noodles, its 2 front paws still stepping on the edge of the instant noodles. The sound of the noodles being stepped on could be heard constantly. When Depang's cat father opened the instant noodles, he found that there were a lot of crumbs on the edge of the flatbread. After all, Depang wasn't that heavy, so the flatbread was still in good condition, but there were a lot of small crumbs on the edge. The next day, Depang's cat father looked at the clean table before going out. He went back into the house and took out a bag of instant noodles from the cardboard box in the corner. He shook it to hear how many crumbs there were in it, and then put the instant noodles on the table in the same position as yesterday. When he came back in the afternoon, he saw Depang squatting on the instant noodles and taking a nap. He carried Depang away, picked up the bag of instant noodles, and shook it. Judging by the sound, there were a lot more crumbs than when he took it out in the morning. Depang, who was still a little confused after being carried away, looked at the person in front of it and called out in confusion. Depang's cat father let go of the instant noodles, bent his legs, and lowered his body so that his eyes were level with Depang. "You like to play with instant noodles, right?" Depang yawned. "Okay, you'll have to squat in the future." So, whenever Depang was brought here by the old lady, it would have to squat for a while on instant noodles, and then it would develop to squat as punishment if it did something wrong. There were a few retired military dogs in the yard, and people would usually go over to give them some simple training. The retired military dogs were no longer in peak condition, and these simple training were just for them to move around. Unexpectedly, Depang's cat father took Depang there on a whim. Fortunately, those military dogs were very obedient and didn't show any aggression towards Depang. Depang wasn't afraid, either. It didn't know if it was too dense, or it was originally brave, but after a few days, it started to play with those dogs. Later, every time Depang was brought over, it would play with those military dogs. To it, it was playing, but in fact, it was training with those military dogs. Because of the cat's natural advantages, it was very easy for it to overcome obstacles. No wonder it treated it as playing from the beginning. Seeing that Depang's ability to accept things was so strong, its cat father began to have other ideas. He found someone to teach Depang, and didn't forcibly change Depang's character. He just taught Depang to stay away from some dangerous things, such as mousetraps, cat cages, and so on. Depang couldn't do many training tasks as well as those military dogs, and sometimes it caused trouble. Originally, the military dogs' training tasks were going well, but because of Depang's mistakes, the dog's pace was disrupted. Fortunately, it didn't cause trouble, and it didn't run around. Even if it ran, it wouldn't run far. After disappearing for a while, it would find a high ground and start calling people. Other people also didn't say anything for the sake of its cat father. Cats weren't as obedient as dogs, and the people who trained the military dogs weren't as strict with them as the military dogs were. Many times, Depang squatted on the side and watched the military dogs train, or ran along the side. Other people didn't think it was a big deal. Anyway, this cat was just there to watch. It was just running along. If it did something wrong, no one would hit it, so it was very easy. But the old lady didn't. Seeing Depang running and jumping with those military dogs, the old lady felt distressed. In the old lady's heart, military training was very tiring, and the military dogs were also tired. Thinking about it this way, her Depang must be tired too. She couldn't stop Depang from running, so she could only put in more effort to eat. Therefore, even though the amount of exercise was not small, Depang's body was still filled up. She took it to the vet for examination, but the vet couldn't tell the reason. They only said that it was probably the same as humans, eating the same food and exercising the same amount. It was just that there were differences in weight and weight. Depang had been taught by its cat father to play Morse code games since it was young. It could skillfully play some simple Morse code games, just as it could understand the short instructions during training. It could repeat the instructions taught. Of course, this couldn't be compared to black charcoal and general. Depang couldn't accept the more profound Morse code games. After all, it wasn't as special as those two games. Even so, in the eyes of many people, Depang was already an elite cat. However, as the days passed, Depang became more and more plump, and in the eyes of others, it was less of an elite. Which family's elite would be a fat cat? In the first year that Depang was adopted by the old lady brought her family home to worship their ancestors during Chinese New Year. She also brought Depang along. On the night that they returned to the village, Depang fought with 2 cats in the village who had stolen salted fish from their old house. It was 1 against 2, and the 2 cats kept screaming as they chased after it. The 2 cats didn't dare to walk in front of Depang's old house for a short period of time. Even when the old lady brought Depang away from the old house, the 2 cats only carefully wandered around in the distance after 2 weeks. The family that gave the cat to Depang was puzzled when they saw it. It used to be the smallest and weakest cat in the litter. How did it become the strongest? It was even stronger than its brothers and sisters. Looking at how fierce it was during the fight 2 days ago, and thinking about how old Wang's cat at the village entrance screamed when it was pressed to the ground and bitten, tsk. Maybe it was because Depang was robbed of its food by its brothers and sisters when it grew up, but it was very protective of its food when it grew up. In the eastern courtyard, the sheriff and Huang never robbed Depang of its food. They couldn't beat it, and they didn't dare to. One time, a cat from the western courtyard came over. While the balcony door was open, Depang followed the other 3 cats out for a walk. It followed the smell and sneaked in to steal food. It was caught red-handed by Depang when it came back. Depang, who was walking home slowly, suddenly became Spartan. With a speed that didn't match its fat body, it rushed over to the cat and bit it on the ground. The cat screamed in pain. The cat struggled to get out of the door with injuries, and a tuft of hair on its ear was bitten off. Depang didn't give up. It chased it out of the eastern courtyard, and along the way, it pressed down on the cat and bit it a few more times. Since then, the cat didn't even enter the eastern courtyard. When it walked around the campus, it avoided Depang like the plague. Although it was protective of its food, Depang didn't eat indiscriminately. It rarely ate food given to it by others. Even if it was someone it knew in the courtyard, it might not give face. In general, although Depang wasn't particularly friendly to other animals, it wouldn't take the initiative to attack them. It would only explode when it was robbed of its food or when it encountered a dangerous object. It usually looked harmless. At first glance, it looked like a fluffy and docile cat doll. Some people also said that Depang wasn't lively. With the other cats in the courtyard in front of it, Depang looked like a slow little old man. It was much quieter than Huang. But for the old man, this was considered a good thing. It was very easy to worry about. The balcony on the first floor of Building B in the eastern courtyard had cement railings. Probably because it was on the first floor, Depang's balcony railings were wider than those of the people upstairs. Usually, there were 2 pots of flowers. Sometimes, the old lady would take out the insoles and put them there to dry. However, there was a spot on the railings reserved for Depang. Whether it was squatting on the balcony or on the railings, Depang always liked to squat in a fixed spot. Someone once joked with the old lady, "Does your family's Depang have obsessive-compulsive disorder?" The old lady smiled but didn't say anything. Like a trained soldier, Depang guarded the same spot on the balcony at the same time every day. It squinted its eyes and looked a little confused and absent-minded. But from time to time, its ears moved because of subtle sounds, indicating that it was very alert. The people in the courtyard seemed to be used to seeing the fat dragonly squatting there quietly at a certain time. The children who used to walk in front of the building with their small school bags and sang, "The sun shines in the sky," had changed to riding bicycles in a hurry. Or they had gone out of the house to fight for their future. But every time they went home and passed by the building, they would habitually look at the balcony on the first floor and say to their friends next to them, "Look, that's Depang. It's been squatting there since I was young." The summer wind blew, rustling the leaves. The old lady was making cold cakes in the kitchen. She planned to bring them to her son's place tomorrow. Her grandson had called yesterday to say that he wanted to eat some. Depang, who had just finished its meal, walked out of the room with a smirk on its face. When it walked to the balcony, Depang looked at a secluded corner of the balcony. It didn't find the key, so it retracted its gaze and walked a few steps to the balcony. It slowly licked its paws and wiped its face. Then, it jumped onto the railing and squatted at its fixed spot, closing its eyes to take a nap. There were trees in front of the building, and the leaves blocked the hot sun. Depang squatted there, so it wasn't too hot. While it was squatting, Depang's ears twitched. A chihuahua was chasing after the sheriff. The sheriff didn't look at Depang. It ran past the building and disappeared in the blink of an eye. It was going to take shelter at Xiaohua's place. The chihuahua, who didn't manage to catch the cat, looked around and saw Depang squatting on the balcony railing. It immediately bared its teeth and barked. Woof! 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 The puppies that were provoked by the sheriff were probably hostile toward cats. When they saw Depang squatting on the balcony, they started barking at it. Unfortunately, the balcony was too high, and the chihuahua couldn't reach it no matter how hard it tried. It could only bark. There was nothing else it could do. Depang opened its eyes a little and looked down at the chihuahua. If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. If the enemy moves, I'll be as steady as Mount Tai. Depang didn't get angry or bark. He just stared at the chihuahua in silence. The chihuahua's barking gradually became softer. It retreated, then retreated again. It tried to look fierce, but it was cowardly at heart. Then, it left dejectedly. Chapter 3. Look, that cat looks so majestic. Really, it looks like a little tiger. Several students who were passing by the flower bed to visit the teachers in the eastern courtyard saw the cat on the flower bed and couldn't help but take out their phones to take a few photos. On the edge of a flower bed about half a meter above the ground, a yellow cat with stripes on its body was there. It wasn't thin or weak. At that moment, the cat was walking along the edge of the flower bed with its tail up. His eyes were not wide open and looked a little careless and casual. His pupils were narrowed into shuttles because of the light, and his gaze looked very sharp. Coupled with the standard arrogant steps of a feline, he gave off a good overall impression. It was no wonder that some students' first impression of him was that he was impressive. However, the students soon realized that their first impression of the cat was wrong. The yellow cat looked straight ahead and did not pay attention to the wall of the flower bed under its feet. When it walked to the edge, it did not seem to have any intention of stopping or jumping. It stepped on air and fell down. Before it could adjust its landing position, it rolled on the grass pathetically. The students were speechless. After the students left, Huang had enough rolling and rubbing on the grass. It chose a suitable place, shook off the grass on its body, yawned, and lay there to prepare for sleep. It wasn't as picky about where it slept as Depang. As long as it was in the eastern courtyard, it could sleep peacefully in any corner. In the past, Huang liked to come out early in the morning and walk around. Then, it would go out of the courtyard with its 3 friends and pass by the eastern courtyard supermarket. It would solve its metabolic problems at the entrance of the supermarket that was under renovation. Its favorite thing was to poop in the sand outside the eastern courtyard supermarket. After it was done, it would go to the small forest not far away to sharpen its claws and find a suitable place to squat. It would watch the reaction of the cement workers when they shoveled the sand with a big shovel. In the past, in many people's eyes, Huang wasn't a good cat because of its messy poop. Even the best quality cat litter might not be able to change a cat's peeing habits. When Huang was locked up at home, even if it was placed in a cat litter box, it would still pee all over the outside of the litter box. Therefore, Huang was the only cat in the eastern courtyard who used a 2-tiered litter box. When they were outside, Huang was even happier. Back then, the smell of that guy's urine could be smelled in many places in the East family compound. However, that guy was obviously the type who would not change no matter how many times he was taught. No matter how many times he was beaten, he did not learn his lesson. When it was 8 months old, Huang was finally taken to the pet center for a complete castration operation. Since then, its bad habits had changed a lot, and it didn't poop as much. The only thing was that it still liked to poop in the sand at the Dongyuan supermarket. Therefore, many of the bad habits of cats could not be changed even with surgery. Huang didn't run outside to howl like Sheriff and the others, but Huang liked to make its presence known. After being locked up at home for a long time, it would run around the residential building howling once it was let out, and then go out to do some activities. Huang didn't run far by itself. It was basically active in the eastern courtyard. Its ability to remember directions wasn't as good as the other cats. To put it simply, it had a bad sense of direction. Plus, it wasn't very brave, so it basically stayed in the courtyard. However, if the other 3 cats went out and acted together, it would also go out and join in the fun. Sometimes it would squat in the trees to watch the fun, sometimes it would squat in the wooden chairs to take a nap in the sun, and sometimes it would go to the woods to catch birds and play with insects. Of course, it had also fought with the other cats in the western courtyard. Although a Huang had a lot of bad habits, it had the best temper among the 4 cats. It wasn't like Black Charcoal, who ran all day without a trace. It wasn't like Sheriff, who was aggressive and annoying everywhere. It also wasn't like Depang, who was like a little old man. Huang was the opposite of Depang. Depang looked like it was easy to get along with, but it was actually a hard nut to crack. Huang looked like a serious elite, but it was actually a fool on the inside. It was also more friendly to people and other animals. In the courtyard, Xiao Hua and Niu Zhuangzhuang often played with Huang on the grass when they were young. When it was at home, it was also clingy. When no one was paying attention to it, it would make its presence known. When you were watching TV, it would block the TV. When you were reading, it would squeeze over to lie on the book. When its cat mother was knitting, it would go over to grab the ball of wool. Some of the children in the courtyard liked to call Huang Eunuch Huang. One time, when a naughty child heard his parents talking about Huang, he said, "Huang is a little eunuch." Later on, he often called Huang Little Eunuch or Eunuch Huang with the other children in the courtyard. Huang was used to it and knew that it was being called, but it didn't care. It didn't understand the meaning of these words. As long as the children didn't pull its whiskers or tail, it was always more tolerant. Even if the children pinched its face and pulled it to the sides, as long as it didn't hurt too much, it was too lazy to resist and let the children play. Sometimes, when some people in the courtyard saw Huang lying on the grass and basking in the sun, they couldn't help but rub it on the grass a few times as if it was dough. Many people who knew about Huang's amiable personality said that it was because Huang had undergone castration surgery, so its personality was a bit soft. However, if those people had seen Huang fight with the other 3 cats, they would know that this guy was actually quite manly and had the courage to fight. Probably because it didn't have the rippling thoughts of other cats who hadn't been castrated, Huang saved a lot of effort. It still had some meat on its body. Although it wasn't like Depang's, it was still a lot thicker than Sheriff's. Combined with its deceptive appearance, it looked quite impressive. As it grew older, even if it was still an idiot, Huang would learn a lot of things. It would understand some simple principles and gradually change some bad habits. However, Huang never understood why when the 4 of them were basking in the sun on the grass beside the forest, Black Charcoal always liked to find some stones to stuff into its claws until its folded arms were full. Why was this? The wind in June was a bit arrogant. It blew Huang's fur backwards and woke up the sleepy Huang. Squinting its eyes and yawning, Huang got up and jumped onto the flower bed next to it. It looked at the already slanted sunlight and the green grassland in front of it. The grassland was a bit big and empty. Meow, Huang stood by the flower bed and meowed a few times in the direction of the grassland. The people who went to pick up the children from kindergarten were already used to this cat that liked to meow a few times before doing anything, so they didn't care. However, a child who was being led by the cat walked over and stared at Huang. Huang and the child looked at each other for a few seconds. The smell was quite familiar, so it wasn't afraid. It stretched and lay down again, still holding its claws like it did in winter. After a few more seconds, Huang realized that it was a bit hot. Just as it was about to stretch and lie down, it suddenly realized that the child in front of it moved. The child with a small backpack dug around in his pocket and took out a walnut and put it in front of Huang. He paused, stretched out his finger and poked the walnut between Huang's 2 front claws, then ran back to the parent who was waiting a few steps away. "What is Huang doing?" the parent joked. The little kid grinned. "Huang is incubating eggs." There were 2 more chapters, and there were Easter eggs at the end of both chapters. They were released during the New Year's holiday. Chapter 4. General had been with Professor Tan since he was still a student. As the tall, rich, and handsome man among the birds, General had always been a character that everyone loved, old and young alike. Professor Tan came from a scholarly family. His father, old Professor Tan, was very influential in his field. Otherwise, Professor Tan would not have been able to get his hands on a purple-blue macaw at such a young age, and would often take General to various nature reserves for sightseeing. As a pet bird, General was treated very well. Macaws lived relatively long lives. Among the people Professor Tan knew, many of them were in their 20s and 30s and were still healthy. When Professor Tan went to an ecological reserve in the south, he saw a macaw in its 60s. Every day, when the old professor who raised it took a walk with the radio, it would repeat the voice of the announcer on the radio. Later, when Professor Tan taught at Tsinghua University, General also stayed with him at the East Side family compound of Tsinghua University for a few days every year. As it grew older, General's intelligence had been increasing. In addition, General was smarter than other macaws of its kind, so its understanding and use of human language were beyond many people's imagination. In terms of eloquence, the myna, brother wasp, and other macaws might not be as eloquent as the macaw. As the leader of the eloquent species, General was considered to have a foul mouth. The first 5-word sentence that Professor Chen's red-green macaw had learned was, "Learn and practice." The first 5-word sentence that Professor Chen had learned was, "Look at you." It was sonorous and powerful. It was obvious that General was talented in the art of foul mouth. Professor Tan, who was still a student at that time, was so angry that he wanted to strangle General and ask, "Why can't you learn better?" In the morning, the red-green macaw at old Professor Tan's house would say, "Good morning," to old Professor Tan, who had just woken up, and General would crow at old Professor Tan, who was still lying in bed. At that time, there was a family in Professor Chen's neighborhood who was sent a few chickens by their relatives. Although they didn't want to raise them, they didn't slaughter them all at once. They put them on the balcony and made a simple cage. Among them, there was a rooster. That rooster crowed every morning. General also learned from this rooster. However, the crow that the General learned was a little out of place. In Professor Tan's words, it was like a rooster that had been castrated but not completely castrated. It was a little hysterical and breathless. It was uncomfortable to listen to. No matter how good a dream was, it would be a nightmare, let alone continue to sleep. Later on, that family slaughtered all the chickens, and there were no more crows in the neighborhood. In addition, the Tan family intentionally went out to isolate the General from the chickens. Only then did the General change his bad habit. Otherwise, after he went to Tsinghua University, the people in the eastern courtyard would be the ones to suffer. General had a lot of hobbies. One of the more prominent ones was that it liked to bite cat ears. This was probably related to the fact that it was bullied by cats when it was young. Another habit that people both loved and hated was singing. When Professor Tan was still a student, he didn't have much time to take care of General. Therefore, General spent most of its time with old Professor Tan and his wife. The two of them especially liked to teach it how to sing. They taught it songs that were very characteristic of that era. They even liked to teach it operas. Even though Professor Tan had been teaching at Tsinghua University for many years, General still preferred songs from that era. It was probably because it couldn't understand the lyrics of many pop songs nowadays and couldn't appreciate the rhythm. Of course, Professor Tan also rarely taught it rap songs. When General went to the south to celebrate Chinese New Year, he came into contact with the Tan family's aunts. Naturally, they didn't teach it many 21st century pop songs. As for the things that General hated, there were many. Among the birds, the ones that it hated were magpies and cuckoos. It didn't know why the people around it liked ugly creatures like magpies. They didn't know how to sing or do crosstalk. Why did the people in the courtyard smile every time they saw magpies? As for cuckoos, which were given a lot of mythical features by people, General hated them even more. It especially hated the parasitic behavior of some cuckoos. When General was released, if it saw cuckoos laying eggs in other birds' nests and kicking the original eggs or chicks out of the nest, General would chase after them and bite them. There was once when General was too impulsive and flew too fast. The forest was too dense and it didn't react in time. General crashed into a tree and its wings were scratched by a branch. It was locked up at home by Professor Tan for a few months. This hatred deepened. In the first few years in the eastern courtyard, General would bully the cats in the courtyard as soon as it was released. With its body size and fighting ability, it wasn't afraid of the pet cats in the courtyard. When it couldn't find any cats, it liked to talk nonsense when it was bored. General started to feel that the eastern courtyard was interesting when the black cat on the 5th floor appeared. It felt that it didn't have any communication barriers with the black cat. This was too rare, and it was the blessing of a bird's life. After getting along for a long time, General gradually stopped provoking the other cats in the courtyard. It focused on fighting the invaders of the western courtyard with the 4 cheap guests of the eastern courtyard. Every year, when General was brought to the south for the winter and returned to the eastern courtyard of Tsinghua University, it would first greet the black cat on the 5th floor. Until one day, when General returned to the courtyard after a business trip with Professor Tan, it heard that the black cat on the 5th floor had gone missing. It stood by the iron fence on the balcony every day and shouted loudly, but the black cat didn't show its head. Because of this, General was listless for a while. It felt that it had lost its confidant in the eastern courtyard and couldn't find any fun. However, after a period of time, the General found a new source of amusement. This made the General, who had been listless all this time, tremble again. On the 3rd floor, Mouse sat in front of his laptop and played games. Next to him was a can of beer and a box of chicken wings. His daughter was brought to her grandfather's house by his wife, and they were going to stay there for a while. Mao wanted to go with them, but it was chased back after a few days. Yuan Er's grandfather was a cultural researcher. Every time Yuan Er went over, he would test her on her knowledge. Knowing that his little granddaughter knew a lot, the old man was quite happy at first, but gradually, the old man's face fell. What did it mean to chop wood but to sharpen a knife? What did it mean to be a man of integrity? What did it mean to be a man of virtue? The old man was so angry that his beard was almost pulled off. Before his little granddaughter was led astray, the old man decided to straighten her out himself. As for Mao, who taught these things, it was chased back by the old man. At this moment, there were only Mao and black rice in the house. Playing games, watching movies, and drinking alone at home was not bad. Black rice was there to keep them company. Besides, when school started in September, their daughter would come back. These days would pass in the blink of an eye. It wasn't hard. Mao went around and swayed its legs proudly. It picked up the can of beer and drank a few mouthfuls. Just as it was feeling proud, Mao heard a stifled voice singing from outside. My house is on the lust slope, the wind blows over the slope. It was the B*TCH upstairs. The next moment, another voice shouted. Whether it's the northwest wind or the southeast wind, it's my song, my song. It was the brat who just moved in from the 4th floor. Song my ass. Crack, crack, crack. Mao squeezed the can of beer until it was twisted. The joy of winning a round was completely destroyed by this chorus. He smashed the can of beer onto the ground. Damn it, I can't live like this anymore. Ever since the brat from the 4th floor moved in a few days ago, this kind of affectionate duet happened frequently. Yesterday, he sang Childhood. What the hell did the bird know about childhood? The day before yesterday, he sang Birds on the Tree in pairs. Damn it, Mao got goosebumps when he heard it. The day before yesterday, he sang A Cut of Plum. It was August and Tsinghua City was so hot that it was smoking. Even if you took off all your clothes, you would still find it too hot. No matter how well he sang, Mao couldn't understand the concept of snowflakes fluttering in the north wind. Besides, the 2 lunatics upstairs didn't sing well at all. Speaking of the brat on the 4th floor, even though the brat had been going door to door the moment he arrived and was quite popular in the compound, Mao still felt that he was an eyesore no matter how he looked at him. He felt that the brat was full of evil tricks and wanted to kick him before talking. He didn't know why Black Rice, who had always been wary of others, was so close to the brat. Finally, the singing outside ended. Mao thought to himself, it's over. If it's over, I'll continue playing. But before Mao finished a round, Black Rice, who was lying on the side, pricked up its ears and jumped onto the desk. It walked to the window and looked outside. The next moment, Mao heard a few cat meows from downstairs. After being in contact with cats for a long time, Mao also had the ability to distinguish the sounds of cats. When it heard the sound, it could tell which cat was making the sound, especially this sound. Once Mao heard it, it knew that it was the little bastard with the mole beside its mouth. Mao got up and was about to chase the little bastard away when he heard the brat from the fourth floor shout, "Wait!" Downstairs, Peanut Candy looked at the fourth floor and then at the third floor. She obediently walked to the side and waited. Not far away, the sheriff and Huang had already tiptoed over briskly. On the first floor, Depang, who was squatting on the balcony, craned his neck to look upstairs when Peanut Candy came over. When the brat from the fourth floor showed his head, he walked to the door and meowed into the room. The old lady in the room, who was reading a book with her reading glasses, looked up at Depang. Going out to play? Remember to come back on time. Don't fight. On the third floor, Mao looked down and saw the brat from the fourth floor run down with the 4 cats following him. That brat is going to bring these cats to a gang fight again? Why did I say, again? Mao was puzzled. He went back to his room and sat down, still thinking about the reason. On the fourth floor, General saw that the brat who was singing with him was now going out for a walk with the cats. He didn't even look at him. He couldn't help but stomp on the iron fence around the balcony. As he stomped on the fence, he shouted, "Let me out! Let me out! Let me out!" Professor Tan, who was on the phone with someone, brought over a small water bottle and pointed at the watermelon sprouts in the flower pot on the ground. "Good boy, plant watermelons." Professor Tan used to distract General when he was angry, but this time, General didn't want to do it. He continued to stomp on the fence. Mao finally sorted out his emotions and decided to continue playing games to relieve his boredom. He took a deep breath and put on his headphones. He decided to ignore what was happening outside. Chapter 5. The bell rang, and after the teachers left the classroom, the students in the classroom began to move. In the corridor outside the long row of classrooms, the teachers passing by with textbooks and the students coming out to exercise curiously looked at the 2 people standing in the corridor. There was no lack of ridicule and contempt among them. In the eyes of the students, those who were punished by the teachers were bad students. Naturally, they would not be friendly to bad students. Some of the students who passed by did not even bother to look at them and completely ignored them. Of the 2 people who were punished, the student on the left had a smile on his face and looked a little frivolous. This person was quite famous in the nearby classes because he was thick-skinned and was the type of person who repeatedly violated the rules. He was a typical bottom feeder. At this moment, this person was talking to a classmate who came out of the classroom. He did not feel that he was punished at all. To him, this was a common occurrence and was not a big deal. The person on the right had his head lowered and was expressionless. Of course, because his head was lowered, even if he had an expression, it would not be seen by his classmates. "Hey, why are these 2 people in your class being punished?" Someone in the next class whispered to someone they knew. "You know our class's Song Ning, right?" The person who was asked gave a, look. The surrounding students had an, "Oh, so that's why," expression. Song Ning from the 3rd class was beautiful, had good grades, and a good personality. Every time she got into the top 10 in the exam, the teachers in the class would mention it. Many people were chasing after her, but Song Ning was not interested in them at all. She was a typical good student. In less than half a day, the whole grade knew that Jiao Wei and Qing Feng from the 3rd class were punished by the teacher for fighting over Song Ning. There were many people in each class who loved to gossip. Half a day was enough for them to know about it. Qing Feng was still in the mood to talk to the students passing by. He snorted and pouted at Jiao Wei. He complained to a few people who were close to him, "Crazy, Can't take AF asterisk king joke. Sometimes, he spoke a little casually. He didn't expect that a casual joke would cause Jiao Wei to fight with him. Was there a need for that? Seriously, after the morning class, the two of them were led to the office by the homeroom teacher for further education. Facing the teacher's scolding, the two of them lowered their heads. However, the two of them had completely different feelings. One of them didn't care and just wanted to get through this scolding, while the other felt embarrassed. Jiao Wei was already embarrassed that he had been standing in the corridor for people to watch in the morning. Now, he was being lectured by the head teacher. Listening to the head teacher's increasingly harsh words, Jiao Wei clenched his fists. His sensitive self-esteem had been whipped again and again. Something in his heart was about to explode. Do you know what you look like? You guys are like rat shit that fell into a pot of good porridge. Not only were they bad, but they also made the whole class lose face with them. They were just like that famous Shao guy from your junior high school, scum. Trash of society. The head teacher was very young. He was only 30 years old. It was said that he graduated from a famous teacher's college in the country. He had only been in the position for 2 years. He did things by the book and claimed to be righteous. He clearly separated the good from the bad using his own standards. He would start scolding whoever crossed the line. Some people said that this head teacher did not know how to be tactful with his words. He was harsh and merciless. Today, Jiao Wei and Qing Feng had crossed the line again. If he did not scold them to his heart's content, he would not stop. He did not even think about eating lunch. The head teacher did not think that the person in front of him would dare to resist. Even the old fox, Qing Feng, had been scolded more than 10 times without any accidents. Unexpectedly, when he was scolding, there was a sudden sound from the table. The teacher's table in front of him had been flipped. Moreover, the person who flipped the table was Jiao Wei, who did not have any bad records. Even the old fox, Qing Feng, was so shocked that his eyes widened. The head teacher reacted quickly. After being stunned, he became angrier. He looked at Jiao Wei and said, "What do you want?" Flipping the table, "Heh. Your temper is worse than mine. I can't even talk to you. If you have the guts, don't come to school." Jiao Wei turned and walked out, ignoring the head teacher's words. Therefore, on the same day, Jiao Wei fought with a classmate. He stood in the corridor outside the class for half a day as punishment. Then, he flipped the table with the head teacher. Soon, the head teacher found Jiao Wei's parents for a talk. In the afternoon, Jiao Wei went back to the shop near the school to rent a house. He did not go to school. His parents were called by the head teacher for a talk. When they came back, they wanted to say something to Jiao Wei, but they could not bear to scold him. They secretly discussed using money to send gifts to the head teacher and the school leaders. After all, Jiao Wei had to go back to school. They were also worried that the school would give him a demerit. They did not know if it would be recorded in the records. The school was looking for a bad example. From the head teacher's words, it seemed that the school had their eyes on Jiao Wei. The head teacher did not really want to expose it. If everyone knew about it, wouldn't he and his class be embarrassed? But at that time, the school leaders happened to pass by and did not let it go. Go and buy some high-end things. The people in town are not like the people in our village. They have higher standards. If you want to treat them to a meal, go to Luxury House or Wang Ting. I heard that they are very high-end. Is 5,000 renminbi enough? Do you want me to go and get more? Jiao Wei's parents were discussing. When they took out the money from the cupboard, Jiao Wei happened to see them coming out. He heard what his parents said just now. Looking at the stack of money in his father's hand, he did not know what to feel. His parents woke up early and went to bed late every day. They could not wait to use the money. But at this time, they were very decisive and did not hesitate to take out the money. 5,000 renminbi would take them a few months of hard work. After entering high school, Jiao Wei didn't focus on his studies. He had always been in the lower middle class and didn't think about how many books he had to study in the future. When he came out, he really thought about not studying in the future. He could do something by himself. Many people in the village went out to work and sent home a lot of money every year. Many of his junior high school classmates also did not study. No one could not survive. Don't go. I don't want to study. Jiao Wei said in a hoarse voice. What are you talking about? How can you not study? The first person who strongly objected was Jiao Wei's mother. She was usually the most thrifty woman. She was very firm in her opposition. Yes, we can't not study. It's okay. You wait at home first. I will go and find the teacher. Don't worry. Jiao Wei's father said. Jiao Wei's father usually liked to talk about his friend who went to the provincial capital to teach at Tsinghua University. Compared to himself, he naturally hoped that Jiao Wei would study like his friend. The couple used to work in the fields and later started a small business. Although they could barely be considered as businessmen, their characters were still the same as before. They were simple and honest. They were not like other people who knew how to get things done. They also did not use their connections and had never asked for gifts from others. When they came back, they even asked other people about it. Jiao Wei had seen people from his school go to the school leaders. In short, with the style of those leaders, people like him who were at the bottom of the social ladder had to bring 2 or 3 gifts. They did not bring any self-respect or integrity when they went to ask for help. After his parents left, Jiao Wei did not stay at home. His heart was flustered. He felt wronged, regretful, guilty, resentful, and other indescribable things. He wanted to cry, but he couldn't. Jiao Wei could not stay at home. He decided to go out and walk aimlessly. The night was already dark. Jiao Wei walked through the brightly lit streets and continued to walk along the deserted road. When he was tired, he would rest for a while before continuing to walk. The further he walked, the wider the road became. This road was already far from the town center. The road was wider than the town center, but there were not many people on both sides. It was not as bustling as the town center. No matter how wide the road was, there were not many cars on it. After walking for a long time, he reached the outskirts of the town. The road was no longer flat and wide. There were no street lights, and there were large tracts of farmland on both sides. Under the moonlight, the crops in the farmland swayed with the wind. From time to time, there would be some cat meowing or other strange sounds. For many people, this scene was a bit eerie. However, Jiao Wei did not feel afraid. Perhaps it was because of his mood. After walking for a while, he sat down and did not mind the dirt. Jiao Wei's mood was very complicated. He did not know what was going on in his mind. He stared at the farmland in front of him for the whole night. He did not feel sleepy at all. It was a bit cold at night, but Jiao Wei endured it and sat there the whole time. There were very few people in the outskirts of the town. There were only a few cars passing by all night. It was not until dawn that a few people appeared. They looked curiously at Jiao Wei who was sitting beside them. However, they did not go over to talk to him. They were busy with their own things. They rode their bicycles and left without stopping. Everyone was busy with their own things. Jiao Wei thought about it for the whole night but could not figure out anything. He was at a loss and did not dare to go home. He did not dare to see anyone he knew. Was he going to continue to stay here? At this time, there was the sound of a motorcycle passing by. Probably because the road was not easy to travel on, the motorcycle was not fast. Originally, Jiao Wei did not plan to pay attention to it. However, he did not expect the motorcycle to drive back and stop a few steps away from Jiao Wei. Jiao Wei? The person on the motorcycle took off his helmet and asked. Seeing Jiao Wei look over, the person on the motorcycle was happy. Oh, it's really you. What's wrong? Are you playing truant? It's not the weekend today. Jiao Wei did not expect to see this person here. This person was Jiao Wei's junior high school classmate. He was also the gangster, scum, and social trash mentioned by their homeroom teacher yesterday. Gangster Zhao's grades were not good. Although he was not the worst, he was still at the bottom. He was impatient with his books and stopped studying after he graduated from junior high school. In the past 2 years, Jiao Wei had seen this person a few times. However, they did not talk. It was not that he did not know him. Right now, Jiao Wei did not want to pay attention to this person. He did not want to say a word, nor did he want to see anyone he knew. Gangster Xiao did not care about Jiao Wei's attitude. He leaned against his broken motorcycle and took out a cigarette. His legs were shaking as he took pleasure in Jiao Wei's misfortune. It was as if he was saying, "Little guy, I didn't expect you to have such a day. You're in trouble now, aren't you?" Jiao Wei ignored him. Gangster Xiao started talking to himself. He talked about his small business and achievements after graduation. He also made fun of Jiao Wei and his former classmates. After talking for a long time, Jiao Wei did not say anything. Gangster Xiao smacked his lips. "Jiao Wei, I know you people look down on me. I don't care about you people. What you think has nothing to do with me. However, since I've met you and you look so unkempt, I'll say a few words. It's up to you whether you want to listen or not." Gangster Xiao held the cigarette between his fingers and flicked the butt skillfully. "My brain can't learn those profound things you read. I didn't go to high school either. In your eyes, I'm just a gangster. But can anyone be a gangster? Some people are gangsters their whole lives. They go from a pool of good water to a stinking quagmire and then completely rot. But some people can make a name for themselves. Do you know what it means to make a name for yourself?" Jiao Wei still did not say anything. Instead, he turned his head and looked at his junior high school classmate. Seeing that Jiao Wei finally responded, Gangster Xiao became even more excited. He threw away the cigarette butt and crushed it with the tip of his foot. He raised his chin towards the field. "Do you know what that is?" Jiao Wei looked over. The morning sun had begun to appear, showing the vitality of the first day. "Morning sun?" Jiao Wei said. "Tisk," Gangster Xiao snorted disdainfully. Gangster Xiao no longer leaned on the motorcycle. Instead, he took a step towards the field. Looking at the large field in front of him, he raised his hand and pointed. over there, and a large field over there will all be mine. You want to farm here?" Jiao Wei did not look down on farmers. His family also farmed. However, based on his understanding of Gangster Xiao, he really could not figure out why he would want to buy land. Gangster Xiao choked when Jiao Wei said, "farm." He wanted to say, "pig brain," but when he thought of this person's grades in the middle school examination, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Instead, he said, "With that brain of yours, you can only study. Don't think about pursuing a career like mine. You won't be able to play. Also, don't think about learning to work in a business like others. You'll definitely be scammed." Looking at the large field, Gangster Xiao raised his arms with an intoxicated look on his face. "Jiao Wei, do you believe that this place will become a bustling district and a new town center?" Jiao Wei looked at the large field in front of him and shook his head. He could not imagine it. Gangster Xiao only gave him a superficial look and did not explain. Instead, he looked at the field and continued, "A lot of people say to me, you've missed the best time to rise up. It's too late to rise up now. However, I don't accept it." "What's too late?" "It's not too late." As he spoke, Gangster Xiao became agitated. "You're looking down on me?" "Bah. I'm the one looking down on you. At least I know what I want to do. I know what my future path is. Do you know that? Other than staying in the classroom all day with your books and doing whatever the teacher tells you to do, what else do you know? Have you found your path? It'll take at least a few years to find your path. Right now, my starting point is higher than yours. As for whether you can fly a high-tech airplane and surpass my lousy motorcycle in the future, that depends on whether you have the ability. Some people like to drive around aimlessly even if they're driving a sports car. Besides, maybe my motorcycle will be replaced by a big Benz in the future. If it was someone else, they might not be able to understand these words. However, Jiao Wei understood. A language teacher in his class used to give an example. He said that everyone's starting point was the same. It was just that some people started with a big Benz, while others pulled a wooden cart. Even if the starting point was the same, the speed would naturally be different. However, knowledge was a kind of armed force. There was a house of gold in the books. Although the person pulling the wooden cart was lagging behind, he might be able to fly a plane and surpass it in the future. He said that studying was the only way out for the poor. And people like Gangster Xiao were the bad examples that all the teachers talked about. It was no wonder that Gangster Xiao was so resentful. It seemed that he was very clear about the teacher's impression of him. After Gangster Xiao vented enough of his resentment and ambition, he took 2 deep breaths and looked at Jiao Wei from the corner of his eyes. There's an old saying that says, the higher you fly, the further you can see. Don't think that you've done your best just by flapping your wings. As for how high you can fly, you'll only know when you've flown. You think the sky is falling just because you've been wronged? You're like a sissy. I can't stand your cowardice. You'll have to learn from me. Gangster Xiao paused, then arrogantly used his standard dialect to say a sentence in English, I am a shinyamer. Jiao Wei, Gangster Xiao had said enough. He got on the motorcycle and put on his helmet. He still cherished his life. Jiao Wei stood up with some difficulty. He moved his legs that were numb from sitting for too long. Give me a ride. F***ck off. We're on different paths. No ride. Gangster, I'll take my crappy motorcycle and leave first. You should go back and build your intellectual plane. That's all you can do with your brain. Find a direction and fly quickly. Of course, if you don't do well, you can come back and work for me. Since we were junior high school classmates, I'll give you a higher salary. Before he finished speaking, he had already sped away on his motorcycle. Looking at the motorcycle leaving dust in the air, and then looking at the endless road, Jiao Wei suddenly realized that he really seemed to have run far away. He didn't see any cars on the road, so he had to walk back. A cat scurried out from the field next to him. It looked at Jiao Wei, then continued to run into the field to catch swaying leaves. On the other side of the field, there was a small residential building with bricks and tiles in his line of sight. Someone shouted a few times in his direction, followed by the sound of bowls being knocked on. The cat that was playing with leaves in the field immediately stood up and ran in that direction. As it ran, it meowed as if it was responding. Jiao Wei raised his hand to block the sunlight to take a look. He took a deep breath and started to walk back along the road. He hadn't been home the whole night. He hadn't called either. His parents were probably so worried that they hadn't slept the whole night. 10 years later. A car stopped in front of Tsinghua University. Jiao Wei got out of the car. He had followed his doctoral supervisor to a company that had a collaboration project. His supervisor had a house nearby, so he dropped Jiao Wei off on the way back. Jiao Wei went to his family's small restaurant to eat before entering the university. He had a few documents that needed to be stamped by the institute. Jiao Wei didn't walk far along the main campus road when he heard someone calling him. He followed the voice and saw a person with a smiling face running towards him. Yo, Ching Feng. Why didn't you call me when you came over? Jiao Wei smiled and said to the person. The company organized a training here. I thought you weren't here. Didn't you say you had something to do a while ago? Did you just come back? Ching Feng wiped the sweat off his forehead. They said it's training for cadres, but they actually want to do military training. Damn, I haven't been trained like this since my first year in university. It's so hot. Luckily, your school has a lot of trees. The quality of the female students in your school is pretty good. My school was focused on engineering, and it was filled with monks. Even if the girls there looked like frogs, they would have already been booked. Hey, look, that girl has a nice body. Look. Don't you already have a wife? Jiao Wei asked. Hey, I'm not with you now. Look at your serious face. You haven't improved at all. Ching Feng's eyes wandered over to the few girls who were walking over as he spoke. Jiao Wei smiled. Ching Feng was always like this. They had fought many times before, but they became close after that. They were like that when they were students. They would beat each other until their faces were swollen. Maybe they would call each other brothers in the next match. Who hadn't done a few stupid things before? Teenagers had the impulsiveness of teenagers, and adults had the way of thinking of adults. After leaving school for a few years, Ching Feng was naturally more mature in judging people and situations. What happened in high school? At that time, it was just some unimportant friction, straightforward. As a man, he wouldn't fuss over the trivial matters of the past. After leaving school and entering society, you would realize that the people who called you brothers in one moment could backstab you in the next. The friendship from high school could be maintained until now, so Ching Feng cherished it very much. Last year, during a high school reunion, Ching Feng even dragged Jiao Wei to drink. Not only Ching Feng, but Jiao Wei's homeroom teacher was also there. The homeroom teacher from back then, who was strict and harsh with his words, had changed. He had been a homeroom teacher for more than 10 years, and he had taught each batch of students. He also had his own understanding. During the reunion, he even chatted with Jiao Wei and Ching Feng about what happened back then. The three of them were quite calm. Ching Feng even drank a few glasses with the homeroom teacher and called each other brothers. As he clinked glasses with the homeroom teacher, Ching Feng said, "Homeroom teacher, back then you said that we were social trash. Look, haven't we become social elites now?" The homeroom teacher also smiled. "Back then, I was angry that you didn't fight for it. I'm also gratified that you're like this now. Speaking of which, back then, you all listened to me when I lectured you." At this point, the homeroom teacher looked at Jiao Wei. Jiao Wei coughed and rubbed his nose. He recalled the time when he flipped the table in front of the homeroom teacher. What's there to be embarrassed about? I'm also responsible. The homeroom teacher clinked glasses with Jiao Wei and drank a mouthful of wine before saying, "You also worked hard. When you were admitted to Tsinghua University, the principal was so happy that he took his precious wine and dragged your father to drink with him a few times." After drinking the wine in his glass, the homeroom teacher smiled as Ching Feng poured another glass of wine. "I really miss the past. It's not like now. Those students can't be talked to or touched. They're so delicate. Just a few words and they'll drag their parents over to quarrel. Otherwise, they'll take out their phones and scold them, regardless of whether it was the students with good grades or the ones at the bottom of the class." The balding middle-aged man recognized the students who had changed a lot and recalled each and every one of them. Those were the students he had taught. Other than the homeroom teacher, Hooligan Shao, who had now become a big boss, had also changed. The farmland area back then had become the new economic center of the town. Not only in the town, but Hooligan Shao had also made a name for himself in the city. Speaking of Hooligan Shao, although Ching Feng was not in the same class as Jiao Wei and Hooligan Shao in junior high, he still knew Hooligan Shao and had contacted him later. "Some time ago, during my nephew's first birthday party, I met Hooligan Shao when I went back to my hometown. That kid drove a big Benz and looked like a dog. When he came out, he even had bodyguards behind him. I heard that he's some famous entrepreneur in the city. He often comes into contact with the city leaders. Even the boss of the new building in the city is related to that kid." "Oh right, Hooligan Shao said that he would treat us to a meal at his new hotel this new year," Ching Feng said. "I might have to disappoint you," Jiao Wei said regretfully. "What's wrong?" Before Jiao Wei could speak, Ching Feng made a stop gesture. "Don't talk to me about this project or that project. I don't understand. Just tell me more clearly. I'm going abroad in December this year. I'm working on a project with my supervisor's former teacher. I won't be back for about 2 years. I should have gone last year, but I had something to do here." 2 years. Postgraduate? Ching Feng felt that it was a pity. He guessed that Jiao Wei would not be able to make it to his wedding. What about after 2 years? Stay abroad? Or come back? Come back. I plan to stay in school. Heh, that's good. Our company is not far from here. I can come and drink with you often. Qing Feng smiled. After a pause, he winked at Jiao Wei. I heard that Song Ning is studying for a doctorate here. Yes, but she's in the management school. Don't fool me. Tell me something I don't know, okay? What's our relationship? We're brothers. What's there to be embarrassed about? Jiao Wei smiled and looked at the road in front of him. He did not say anything. The tall sycamore trees on both sides of the road blocked out the scorching sun above. Only a few tiny specks of light sprinkled down. Gusts of wind blew past, dispersing the heat brought by the August heat. 10 years ago, the hooligan who rode a broken motorcycle pointed to a large piece of farmland and talked about his glorious future. 10 years ago, the person beside him fought with him and stood in the corridor with a bloody nose and a swollen face as punishment. The two of them hated each other. 10 years ago, the young man who couldn't find a way forward had a stupid fight. Walking along the sycamore path, Jiao Wei suddenly remembered the first time he came here. That day, a black cat led him through this path. Hey, your school is quite harmonious. Qing Feng's words pulled Jiao Wei back to reality. Looking in the direction Qing Feng pointed, Jiao Wei saw a large lawn near the eastern courtyard. There, under the camphor tree, a young man sat casually on the grass. He held a thick book and stared at the pages as if he was looking at an enemy. There were 3 cats lying next to the young man. Jiao Wei recognized all of them. The fat dragonly was lying there peacefully with its eyes closed and taking a nap. Huang was rubbing its back on the grass. The sheriff was flapping its paws as if it had found something on the grass. As he read, the young man put the book down on the grass and rubbed Huang, who was rubbing against him, a few times as if he was kneading dough. Then, he rolled on the grass and whispered as he rolled, "It's so hard, so hard." Qing Feng saw this scene and sighed. Hey, it's so good to be a cat. There's not so much trouble. There's no need to memorize books, take exams, train in the hot weather, write notes, and no one will scold you if you don't do well. Is it good to be a cat? Jiao Wei asked. How would I know? I've never been a cat. Qing Feng laughed. How about being a cat? Who knows? That's all for now. I'm preparing a new book. I'll try to release it in January. Chapter 6. Jing Tan jumped onto the branch of a sycamore tree, squinted his eyes and looked at the sunlight leaking through the gaps between the leaves. He used his current furry paws to push his ears, found a comfortable position to lie down, and yawned. In the afternoon of September, the sun was just right, suitable for an afternoon nap. Jing Tan was a cat, but he used to be a real person. He didn't understand what was going on, but he woke up like this. A strange city, a strange house, strange people, a strange and even more despairing new identity, a magnified world, and an era back in 2003. Jing Tan didn't like cats before, and even hated them. He always felt that cats were on the same level as crazy creatures, but now, he himself had become such an animal. Retribution? Jing Tan admitted that his style wasn't very good. He had bullied the weak, set a few fires that weren't very big, and didn't do his job properly. He had once lived a life of luxury and drunkenness, but at least he hadn't killed anyone. Using his own moral values that he had kicked in the corner for as long as he could remember, there were many people who were worse than him. Why did he have to be the one suffering retribution? Was he at a loss? Was he at a loss? Was he angry? Was he in despair? In the face of an incomparably clear reality, everything seemed to be useless. For his once indulgent life, Jing Tan could only comfort himself with a sentence: when the wind blows away the eggshells, the wealth is gone, and the people are happy. 3 months had passed, a quarter of a year had passed, and the wheel of nature had turned 90 degrees. Jing Tan's mood when he first came here had calmed down, and he gradually became familiar with it. Sometimes, being unambitious and muddling along was a rare state of mind. This was the century-old famous university, Tsinghua University, which ranked first among the universities in the central region of Wuxia. The advantage of a century-old famous university was that the area was large enough, and the greenery was in place. Occasionally, students would walk on the road under the tree. The atmosphere here was quiet, but it didn't lose its vitality. Jing Tan closed his eyes for a while in this good atmosphere, and was awakened by the sound of dogs barking. Jing Tan's ears twitched. He didn't need to look to know which two people were causing a ruckus. About 100 meters away from Jing Tan, a brown chihuahua was barking at a camphor tree. On the branch of the camphor tree stood a cat with black and white fur. The cat was wagging its tail and barking at the tree. On the surface, this situation was very common, and pet owners often encountered this situation. However, the difference in the current situation was that both the dog and the cat were barking. The cat's name was Sheriff. It was 8 months old and slightly smaller than Jing Tan. It got its name because its fur color was very similar to the black cat Sheriff in the cartoon. At the same time, this cat was also one of Jing Tan's bad friends after he turned into a cat. This cat had two characteristics. One was that it was aggressive and didn't care about its life when it fought. The other was that it could bark like a dog. When Jing Tan first saw Sheriff, it was squatting on a 1-meter-tall landscape stone and barking at the chihuahua. When Sheriff noticed that Jing Tan was looking at it, it slowly changed from barking to meowing. In fact, Sheriff's dog language wasn't standard at the time, and it was a bit out of place. However, as the days passed, the dog language became more and more authentic. Most people couldn't tell if it was real or fake. When the cat was tired, it would stick out its tongue and pant like a dog. Therefore, Jing Tan often wondered if there was a dog's soul living in the cat's body. Jing Tan didn't pay attention to it anymore. He yawned and continued to sleep. He wasn't worried about Sheriff's safety at all. Sheriff and the Chihuahua had been fighting since they were young, so it was very experienced. Why did Sheriff always have a problem with the Chihuahua? The reason was that the Chihuahua was the smallest pet dog in the East Side family compound. Pick the fresh fish to eat, and pick the soft persimmons to pinch. Even cats knew this. Jing Tan slept all the way until the bell rang for the end of the third period in the university's teaching area. She stretched herself and slowly slid down from the tall Chinese parasol tree. Trot along the walkway, then through a peach grove, and you'll see a wall. This was an elementary school attached to Tsinghua University. Many of the children of the staff and family members went to school here. It was convenient for parents to pick up and drop off their children. Jing Tan jumped on the wall and looked at the classrooms on the 2nd and 6th floor. He then walked along the wall towards the school gate. Jing Tan waited on the wall about 20 meters away from the school gate. 7 to 8 minutes later, the bell rang for the end of class. It wasn't a sharp bell, but a lively and cheerful music. It was very human-like. A little girl wearing a floral dress and carrying a Hello Kitty backpack walked out of the corridor. She looked towards Jing Tan as soon as she came out of the staircase. Seeing Jing Tan squatting on the wall, the little girl's emotionless eyes lit up and she ran towards him. Brother Yuan said that they have a quiz in the last period. We might have to wait a little longer. Before the little girl could finish her sentence, Jing Tan saw a person rushing out of the staircase. He was dragging his school bag like a sack, and his hair was messy like a chicken's nest. He ran straight towards them with a smug smile on his face. He made a victory sign in the shape of a V at Jing Tan and the little girl. It seemed that this kid did well in the quiz in the last period. The boy's name was Jiao Yuan. He was the child of the family that had adopted Jing Tan. He was in the 6th grade. The little girl's name was Gu Yuzi. She was Jiao Yuan's cousin. After her parents divorced, Jiao Ma brought her back from abroad for some reason. She lived with the Jiao family and was now in the 2nd grade of Chu University-affiliated primary school. Jiao Yuan took Gu Yuzi's school bag from her. The two of them and the cat left the school gate and walked towards the Eastern District family compound. Look, Jiao Yuan's cat is here to pick them up again, someone said. Most of the people they met on the way were already used to this scene. It had been 3 weeks since school started, and it used to be an interesting topic for people around them after meals. The Eastern District family compound wasn't far from the affiliated primary school. They arrived in less than 10 minutes. The Jiao family lived on the 5th floor of Block B of the Eastern District family compound. There was a security guard at the entrance of every building. Jiao Yuan touched his keychain to the door, and the iron door opened with a ding sound. There was a small round tag on Jiao Yuan's keychain. This was the key for the security guard. Almost everyone who lived in the Jiao family building had one. Zheng Tan also had one around his neck. However, this one was a little special. Zheng Tan's face was pasted on the front of the round tag, and the Jiao family's home address and contact number were pasted on the back. The Jiao Pa had specially made the key card and the pet tag into one. When Zheng Tan entered the building, he looked at the balcony of a family on the 1st floor. He didn't see the fat guy. He guessed that the fat guy had been taken to visit relatives again. At this time of the day, the Jiao family's door was always open. After all, it was the Jiao family building. There were security guards and security cameras at the entrance. It was much safer than some of the apartments outside. Jiao Ma was cooking, and there were sounds of people talking in the living room. Then, I'll have to trouble you with the advertisement. Zheng Tan stopped in his tracks. He was familiar with this voice. It was the owner of a pet store near Tsinghua University. His surname was Gua. His brother was a veterinarian. Zheng Tan's vaccine was given by his brother. Chapter 7. Xiaoguo's customers were mostly people from Tsinghua University. It was not easy to do business with university teachers and students. Food safety and quality problems were easily exposed here. People who spent all day in the laboratory facing boring experimental data and equipment would sometimes find something fun for themselves. For example, they would take a bus to the snack alley and buy a bowl of hot and dry noodles with chili oil. Then they would bring it back to the laboratory to test whether there was Sudan red in the chili oil, aflatoxin in the sesame sauce, and whether there was E. coli in the chili oil. Therefore, to do business with university teachers and students and to have a good reputation, it required a long-term guarantee of excellent quality. But because of this, Xiaoguo's shop had a strong reputation. It was popular and had funds. He bought a few shops around and merged them with his brother's pet clinic and his pet supply store to form the Ming Ming Pet Center. This was Zheng Tan's understanding of Xiaoguo. In general, Zheng Tan felt that Xiaoguo was a good person. He was smart, could make money, and was not a bad person. At least, he was kind to animals. After Xiaoguo left, the Jiao family did not mention anything about the canned cat commercial. After dinner, the Jiao Yuan and Gu Yuzi went to their rooms to do homework. The Jiao Ma went to the gymnasium with a few friends to learn how to dance. Zheng Tan entered the master bedroom. After entering, she pushed the door shut, jumped up, and turned the lock, locking the door. In the bedroom, the Jiao Pa was already sitting at the desk, waiting. The Jiao Pa was already used to Zheng Tan's series of actions after entering the door. He did not even look up. After Zheng Tan jumped onto the desk, the Jiao Pa closed the file in his hand. Today, Xiaoguo came over and talked about the canned cat commercial. I did not immediately agree. I still want to see what you think. The Jiao Pa said as he handed a file to Zheng Tan. The document was about the canned cat food advertisement that Xiaoguo mentioned today, as well as the Jiao Pa's analysis of the future situation and benefits based on Xiaoguo's words. Zheng Tan took a look at it. It was a kind of canned cat food produced by Xiaoguo's family. Many cat owners in the school bought this kind of canned cat food. It was cheap and convenient. Most importantly, it could withstand the quality inspection. Xiaoguo had originally planned to promote the canned cat food, but the SARS outbreak had ruined the original plan. Now that it had recovered and was ready to restart the plan, the establishment of the pet center and the store made Xiaoguo very tight on cash. Therefore, he was even more eager to make use of the canned cat food to make a fortune. Although there were very few pet food advertisements on TV in China, Zheng Tan knew that there was a demand for pet food after he came here, and there were a lot of potential customers. With the development of the economy, the pace of life in the city was getting faster and faster. People did not even have time to take care of themselves. Even if they wanted to raise a cat, they had to think about how to raise it. Zheng Tan did not think of himself as an economic genius. He used to be, and he still was, but he believed that if this was done well, he could make a fortune out of it. Zheng Tan did not eat cat food. He ate the same food as the Jiao family. Ever since he turned into a cat, Zheng Tan was thankful that he had a strong stomach. Moreover, shooting an advertisement did not necessarily mean that he had to eat cat food. Seriously speaking, shooting a simple advertisement was not a big deal for Zheng Tan. After all, it was only a pet food advertisement. According to the document, the distribution channel was only through the internet. If the effect on the internet was obvious, there would definitely be follow-up advertisements. This first advertisement was definitely simpler. It was to test the waters. The reason why Xiaogua came to Zheng Tan was clear in Zheng Tan's heart. Money was tight, and he had to save as much as he could. The foreigners used tons of food to shoot the cat and dog wars. Although Xiaogua's advertisement was much bigger than that, it would definitely use up some food. Of course, this was the case for other cats. Zheng Tan was completely different. Zheng Tan looked at the document and was thinking about the pros and cons. The Jiaopa said, "You don't have to make a decision immediately. I told Xiaogua. Just reply within 3 days." Hearing that he had 3 days to think about it, Zheng Tan was not in a hurry. With his current identity, he did need to think more about it. As soon as he put down the document, Zheng Tan heard someone knocking on the door. It was not the door, but the door outside. The Jiaopa got up to open the door. Zheng Tan did not immediately go over. He pricked up his ears to listen to the sounds in the living room. It sounded like the otaku who lived across the street. He was a family member of the teaching staff. His parents were both school teachers. The guy lived at home almost all day. He usually liked to wear t-shirts with designs like StarCraft, Spider-Man, Star Wars, and SpongeBob SquarePants. He washed his clothes once a week, even in the summer. Zhang Zian wondered if the guy's clothes would grow mushrooms if they were piled up for a week in the summer. Hearing the voice, the guy seemed a little embarrassed. Zheng Tan jumped off the desk and walked to the door to take a look. The guy was holding a box of food in one hand and scratching his head with the other. "Brother Jiao, I want to borrow your cat. The rats at my place are almost turning into demons. I can't even catch a single one of them with the rat trap I bought. I've been so worried these past few days. When is it convenient for you? Can you, borrow the cat?" Zheng Tan looked down on him. He remembered that one day last month, this guy had boasted to the Jiao Yuan that there were no rats in his house. The next day, Zheng Tan heard the guy wailing that the internet cable had been gnawed off. He had bought rat traps and rat traps. Except for rat poison, he had tried almost everything. Zheng Tan pondered. Could it be that the rats in the university generally had a high IQ? However, Zheng Tan remembered that after he became a cat, he hadn't caught any rats. The Jiao family never had any rats. Zheng Tan wasn't sure if it was because of him, but he didn't know where to start. It wasn't that he was scared. Zheng Tan had caught rats in middle school to scare the girls in his class. However, cats were different from humans. Zheng Tan looked down at his cat paws. He was very annoyed. The Jiaopa had finished talking to the guy. He closed the door and walked back to his room. He waved at Zheng Tan. "Do you know how to catch rats?" Zheng Tan was silent and didn't move. After a while, Zheng Tan heard the Jiaopa say, "Let's go and try." "Try? Try where? How?" Zheng Tan was puzzled. The Jiaopa took the keys and a plastic bag. He told the Jiao Yuan that he was leaving and asked Zheng Tan to go out. Zheng Tan sat in the Jiaopa's electric scooter and left the main house. Looking at the familiar road, Zheng Tan roughly knew where he was going. However, Zheng Tan wasn't sure how he was going to try it out. He was stronger than the average cat. Zheng Tan felt that he could be stronger. After a year and a half, he might be able to reach the strength of an adult. However, being strong didn't mean that he could catch rats. Zheng Tan didn't like cats very much. He didn't know how normal cats caught rats, so he didn't pay much attention to it. While he was thinking, the electric scooter arrived at its destination, Tsinghua University School of Life Sciences. As an associate professor of Tsinghua University School of Life Sciences, the Jiao Pa spent most of his time here except for eating at home. After parking the scooter, the Jiao Pa shook the plastic bag in his hand. Zheng Tan curled his lips and jumped in. The School of Life Sciences wasn't a place where a cat could walk around freely. It would be bad if it was seen. Then, Associate Professor Jiao walked in through the front door of the School of Life Sciences with the plastic bag in his hand. He even calmly greeted the people coming in and out of the building. When he walked to the stairs, there weren't many people. Most people were used to taking the elevator. Zheng Tan poked his head out of the bag and looked outside. At 7:00 in the evening, there were still many people in the School of Life Sciences. All the lights in the laboratories were on. Zheng Tan could see the UV sterilization lights in the sterile room across the street through the window at the stairs. When the Jiao Yuan brought him in for the first time, Zheng Tan was very nervous. After a few times, Zheng Tan calmed down. Zheng Tan felt lucky that his adoptive family wasn't a Frankenstein monster. The Jiao Pa's office was on the second floor. It was an independent office. Jiao Pa was one of the few associate professors in Tsinghua University School of Life Sciences to have an independent office. When Jiao Ma was too busy, the Jiao Yuan and the others would come here to do homework or take a nap. Sometimes, Zheng Tan would come with them. But every time, he would sneak in. If he wasn't hiding in his bag, he would be wrapped in his clothes and brought in. The Jiao Pa went into his office and took a bunch of keys. Then, he carried Zheng Tan up the stairs to the fourth floor. There weren't many people in the corner of the fourth floor. Zheng Tan had never been here before. The Jiao Pa's footsteps were particularly clear in the quiet corridor. The voice-activated lights in the corridor lit up, and Zheng Tan saw the door signs of the surrounding rooms. No wonder there weren't many people here. This place was basically filled with medical supplies. But, Zheng Tan's nose twitched. He smelled the scent of a creature. The Jiao Pa stopped at the room closest to the wall and opened the door with the key. The door creaked as soon as it opened. Even though the lighting was dim, Zheng Tan could see the layout of the room clearly. There were a few empty cages to the side. The cages used to feed the white mice were placed in the inner room. There was a small lab table and shelves near the door. The Jiao Pa turned on the lights and placed the bag on the lab table. He said to Zheng Tan, "Wait here for a while. Don't go anywhere. Don't touch anything in the lab. There are a lot of drugs." Chapter 8. To put it nicely, lab rats were generally mild-mannered. To put it bluntly, they were a group of idiots. Perhaps it was due to inbreeding. Recently, Zheng Tan had been hearing Jiao Pa talk about this in his genetics PowerPoint presentation. Therefore, when he saw the cage of lab rats, Zheng Tan sighed in his heart. It was just as the Jiao Pa had said. He did not see any fear in the eyes of the lab rats. They might have even thought that the breeder had come and was busy begging for food. The Jiao Pa grabbed a lab rat from the cage and placed it on the table. He said to Zheng Tan, "Watch over it. Don't let it run around." Zheng Tan looked at the lab rat that did not seem to know that it was about to face its doom. He raised a paw and pressed down on the lab rat's tail. The lab rat did not struggle too much when its tail was pressed down. It just looked like it was about to crawl forward. Look, this was the difference between wild and domesticated rats. If the lab rats outside had their tails pressed down, they would either struggle desperately to break free or bite back. The Jiao Pa put the remaining 4 lab rats into an empty cardboard box so that they could not see what was happening outside. "I don't know how you cats catch rats, or how you kill them. I'm just telling you the methods that we use." As he spoke, the Jiao Pa took the lab rat from Zheng Tan's paw. "Let me tell you, in the domestic laboratories, they basically use the method of breaking the neck. This is also the method of killing a white mouse with the least pain. If the method is neat, it won't feel any pain at all. It's also in line with the animal welfare that foreigners talk about. Jing Tan squatted by the side and watched quietly. He knew that the Jiao Pa had entered teaching mode again. Sometimes, after the Jiao Pa prepared his PowerPoint presentation at home, he would give it a try, and the listener would be Jing Tan. Therefore, when Jing Tan heard the Jiao Pa say, "Let me tell you," he knew that the Jiao Pa had entered teaching mode again. Execution by breaking the neck, to put it bluntly, is to dislocate the cervical vertebrae and sever the spinal cord from the brain stem. One hand used a tool or directly clamped the mouse's neck, the other hand grabbed its tail, and both hands pulled forcefully. That was all. This is one of the methods. We often use the other method as well. You can give it a try. Watch. As the Jiao Pa spoke, he used his left hand to grab the white mouse's tail. His right thumb and index finger moved to the white mouse's neck and pressed down. Then, there was no then. Jing Tan looked at the motionless white mouse on the table, then looked at the Jiao Pa, who had an "I have faith in you" expression on his face, and pulled his ears. See, the operation is actually very simple. It doesn't matter if you've never caught a mouse before. You just have to practice for a while. I've seen how fast you beat up Huang. Catching a mouse shouldn't be a problem. The Huang that the Jiao Pa mentioned was a yellow tiger-striped cat. It was also one of Jing Tan's bad friends after he turned into a cat. Unlike Sheriff, Huang always did things that made people not know whether to laugh or cry. Many times, when Jing Tan saw it, he wanted to beat it up. However, recently, Huang did not appear much, and for some reason, he did not know. The Jiao Pa caught another white mouse and let Jing Tan try it himself. Jing Tan killed the first white mouse and pressed it 3 times before the poor white mouse completely died. When he killed the second white mouse, Jing Tan used too much strength, but at least this white mouse did not feel any pain and died. Jing Tan felt more and more lucky that he turned into a cat and not a mouse. Every step down the pyramid of the food chain meant that he had to face another layer of hell. Cervical dislocation is very easy. Mice's cervical vertebrae are very fragile. You're just not skilled enough, the Jiao Pa advised. Don't hesitate. It's best if you can succeed on the first try. Otherwise, the mouse will be in a lot of pain. However, pay attention to breaking the spinal cord and brain, not pulling the head off directly. You have to control the amount of strength used. You have to break the cervical vertebrae and not pull the head off directly. You have to break the neck. Some of my former students used too much strength and directly caused the pressure in the mouse's eyeballs to be too high. Jing Tan was speechless. This is so F***ing scary. Jing Tan looked at the Jiao Pa's calm face when he said these words. Suddenly, he felt that the Jiao Pa's eyes seemed to be shining with a cold light. Jing Tan remembered a conversation he had with a group of fair-weather friends when they went to a nightclub. At that time, someone said, in fact, the most powerful killers are not those who look fierce on the outside, not those who carry big knives with tattoos and wear nose rings, and not those who play with knives and guns all day long to show that they are very powerful. It's those who look normal on the outside but can easily take a life in the next moment without batting an eyelid. Therefore, from a certain point of view, some experienced experimenters were somewhat similar to killers. Experimenters who entered the experimental state were F***ing scary. Jing Tan thought about it again. Perhaps Associate Professor Jiao was the only person in the world who taught his cat how to break the neck of a mouse. After killing the third and fourth mouse, Jing Tan obviously felt a lot better. At least these 2 mice had a more dignified death compared to the previous 2 mice. Of the 5 mice, the Jiao Pa demonstrated by killing 1 mouse, and the other 4 were killed by Jing Tan. After cleaning up the 5 dead mice, the Jiao Pa turned around and went into the back room. Not long after, he came out with a bigger cage. There were still 5 mice inside, but they were much bigger in size. These are rats. The rats used in the laboratory are albino variants of the Norvegicus norvegicus. Use the same method as before, but use more strength. It's still a little bit. Find the key points, control the strength, and succeed in one hit. Do you need me to demonstrate? Zheng Tan shook his head. Good boy. Zheng Tan was speechless. Just as the Jiao Pa said, the rats were a little bit more difficult. However, after testing the 5 rats, Zheng Tan was already familiar with it. Do you still want to practice? The Jiao Pa asked. Zheng Tan shook his head. Very good. Let's stop here for killing mice. Let me tell you, Zheng Tan pulled his ear. Here we go again. Although they had killed all the mice, the Jiao Pa was obviously still in teaching mode. In our laboratory, other than the commonly used cervical dislocation method to kill rats, there are other methods such as decapitation, bloodletting, beating, anesthesia, and gas. For example, we use the marrow destruction method for frogs. A needle is enough. I'll be teaching an animal anatomy class next week, and I'll be dissecting bullfrogs. I'll bring one back for you to demonstrate. Oh, and you have to pay special attention. Most of the cats and dogs in the laboratory are killed by air embolization. After a pause, the Jiao Pa looked at Zheng Tan and said, Do you understand this? Zheng Tan shook his head. His muscles were a little stiff, and the fur on his back and tail was still standing. He felt that the temperature around him was very low. In layman's terms, this method is to inject air into the veins. Zheng Tan shivered. Even if he didn't know much about this, he knew what would happen if air was injected into the veins. The air enters the bloodstream and circulates to the lungs, blocking the pulmonary arteries and causing severe shock or death. For example, when you swim from deep water to a diving place, the change in pressure will cause the air in the lungs to expand. If you don't get rid of the excess air or don't get rid of it in time, it will be quite dangerous. Some passengers on the Titanic who fell into the water died this way. The Jiao Pa suddenly realized that it was useless to talk about the Titanic to a cat, so he went back to the topic and made a conclusion. So, you have to be careful in the future. Stay away from dangerous objects and pay attention to self-preservation. After practicing the technique of killing mice, Zheng Tan had achieved his goal tonight. He also had a plan in mind. Although he was helpless when it came to catching mice, since he was a cat now, only a cat that could catch mice would be recognized. Even Huang, that idiot, could catch mice. Zheng Tan believed that he could do it too. When he returned to the villa, Zheng Tan saw a car parked in the open space. It was a familiar face with a military license plate. That meant that the fat guy had also come back from visiting relatives. While the Jiao Pa went to park the car, Zheng Tan jumped to the balcony on the first floor and looked inside. Chapter 9. 3 months ago, when Zheng Tan saw Depang for the first time, it was still small and thin. Now, it was developing in the direction of its name. Therefore, Zheng Tan admired the old lady who named Depang very much. She was really amazing. Depang, who was squatting on the instant noodles, seemed to have felt something strange on the balcony. It turned sideways and looked out of the window. As a result, because its movement was a little too big, the instant noodles under its butt made a crisp, caw sound. Hearing this sound, Depang immediately froze. Then, it drooped its ears and slowly turned back. It no longer looked at the balcony. Its back was very sad. Zheng Tan twitched the corner of his mouth. It seemed that he felt a little guilty. Well, it seemed that Depang's supper tonight would have to be reduced again. The old lady who fed Depang had a son who worked in the provincial military. Every month, the old lady would stay with the old lady for a week or two. Depang would follow her. Sometimes, the old lady's son would come over to stay for a few days. Every time, Depang would suffer. Zheng Tan remembered that during the military training in his freshman year, if he made a mistake, he would be punished by the instructor to stand in a military posture. But now, for a spineless cat, standing in a military posture was impossible. Therefore, Depang was often punished to squat on instant noodles. After squatting, its rations would be deducted based on the degree of fragmentation of the instant noodles. On the other side, the Jiao Pa had already parked the car. Zheng Tan turned around and jumped off the balcony railing. He followed the Jiao Pa into the building to go home. When he entered the house, the Jiao Ma was already back. However, the way she looked at Zheng Tan was a little strange. Zheng Tan felt goosebumps all over his body. After entering the room, Zheng Tan hid behind the door and pricked up his ears to listen. "What's wrong?" the Jiao Pa asked. "Sai, Huang has passed away." Jiao Ma sighed. Zheng Tan was stunned. Huang, that idiot, was still alive and kicking a few days ago, looking like he had nowhere to vent his energy. How could he? After listening to the conversation between Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma, Zheng Tan finally understood. So it was castration and not death. Did that mean that Huang had become a eunuch? I heard from Sister Ling that this can help Huang get rid of some of his bad habits. Coincidentally, Huang is also 8 months old, so he can undergo surgery. Today, Sister Ling also asked me if I should send our black charcoal to Shaogua for surgery, but I refused, Jiao Ma said. Behind the door, Zheng Tan felt cold sweat dripping down his back. But when he heard the last sentence, he felt relieved. Our cat doesn't need it. Jiao Pa decided. Everyone's cat is different. Her cat is suitable, but ours might not be. In the future, when Sister Ling tries to persuade you, you can just refuse. Yeah, I think so too. Jiao Ma, who had received support, smiled again. Zheng Tan, who was squatting behind the door, also let out a long sigh of relief. If he really was sent for surgery, he would rather run away and run far away than have surgery done to his family jewels. Zheng Tan silently mourned for that idiot Huang in his heart. In the past, he had heard that Huang liked to pee everywhere. At home, even if he was placed in a cat litter box, he would still pee all over it. Therefore, Huang's litter box at home had 2 layers. The outer layer was the key. As for Huang, it was even more delighted when it arrived. Many places in the Dongfang family compound could smell its urine. Zheng Tan had whipped it many times for this, but it was obvious that it was the type that would not change no matter how hard he tried. Since Huang's life wasn't in danger, Zheng Tan didn't have to worry anymore. Since he knew that he had become like this, Zheng Tan had been telling himself to try his best to adapt. The next day, the otaku came knocking on the Jiao family's door with dark circles under his eyes. It was Saturday, and the Jiao Yuan and the others were at home, eating breakfast. Yo, Shao Chu, so early. Jiao Ma was a little surprised. So early? It was already past 9 o'clock, wasn't it? Gu Yuzi looked at the bright sunshine outside, and then looked at the Jiao Yuan. The two continued to silently struggle with the egg noodles in their bowls. However, for Shao Chu, who usually slept late and woke up late, it was indeed very early. Jiao Ma knew this, and that was why she was surprised that comrade Shao Chu woke up before noon, which was rare. Shao Chu forced a smile, looked around the living room, and asked, "Brother Jiao isn't here?" "He has an experimental class today, so he left early in the morning." "Do you need to talk to him about something?" "If it's urgent, I can call him," Jiao Ma said. "Well. It's nothing urgent." Shao Chu's eyes fell on a low stool next to the dining table, and saw the black cat eating noodles. He said to Jiao Ma, "Sister Gu, can I borrow your cat?" Jiao Yuan and Gu Yuzi, who were busy with their breakfast, put down their chopsticks at the same time and looked at comrade Little Chu, who was standing at the door awkwardly. Last month, at a certain time and place, someone had propped himself up with one hand on the wall and the other on his waist and proudly said, "There's not a single mouse in my house." Seeing the two children's eyes, Shao Chu felt even more awkward. He coughed, and said to Jiao Ma, "I mentioned this to Brother Jiao yesterday." Jiao Ma didn't think there was anything wrong with it. It was a good thing that someone wanted to borrow her cat, and it showed that her cat was capable. This made Jiao Ma feel an inexplicable sense of pride. Jiao Ma waved her hand, "It's not a big deal. You can borrow it whenever you want." Zheng Tan, Jiao Yuan, and Gu Yuzi were speechless. When Jiao Pa wasn't around, Jiao Ma was always so dictatorial. "Thank you so much, Sister Gu. I'll bring charcoal over after dinner today." Sigh, Big Sister Gu, you don't know, but that rat in my house is almost causing me to have a nervous breakdown. After getting permission, Comrade Little Chu instantly swept away his dispirited mood and went back to his room with satisfaction. Jiao Ma smiled like a morning glory. That's the good thing about having a cat. Jiao Yuan lowered his head and poked the small porcelain bowl in front of him with his chopsticks. He tried to imitate Xiao Chu's words. There's not a single mouse in my house. Jiao Ma knocked on Jiao Yuan's head. Eat your noodles. Gu Yizi pursed her lips, looking very unhappy. At around 8:00 in the evening, Xiao Chu came over to borrow the cat. Without Jiao Ma saying anything, Jing Tan walked over to the opposite side. He had to solve this problem sooner or later. Otherwise, those white mice would have been in vain. Jiao Yuan was still cheering at the door. Black charcoal, come on. Show them what you've got. Jiao Ma turned around and said with a straight face, go back and do your homework. If you make a mistake, I'll cut your pocket money in half. On the other side, Jing Tan followed Xiao Chu into the house. After entering the house, Jing Tan felt a sense of familiarity at first glance. It was so King messy. It was just like himself in the past. The second time, he saw a familiar creature. Jing Tan saw 3 cockroaches as soon as she entered the room. One had just crawled into the bathroom, one had crawled out from under the cupboard, and it crawled back into the cupboard when it sensed the presence of someone. The third cockroach, which was the closest to Jing Tan, paused when it saw her. It shook its long antennae and quickly crawled into a pile of magazines. Chapter 10. Xiao Chu, of course, saw the cockroaches at the door. The moment he saw the cockroaches, he was actually imagining a magnificent scene of a black cat pouncing on the cockroaches. Unfortunately, the black cat in front of him only calmly glanced at it, then jumped onto a relatively clean chair and lay down with its eyes closed to rest. It didn't even look at the still warm taro ribs and sweet and sour pork on the dining table next to it. Xiao Chu suddenly felt like he was choking. He then looked at Jing Tan, who was lying on the chair with his eyes closed and didn't seem like he was going to move at all. He then looked at the food without a table cover. After thinking about it, he decided to ignore it. He turned off the lights in the living room and moved his feet into the room. After sitting down, Xiao Chu opened a community forum and found a post that was posted a few days ago. He replied to a comment, nonsense, my rats don't eat cockroaches, and the cats I found also ignore cockroaches when they see them. After discovering that there were rats at home and that the rat trap at home didn't work, Xiao Chu's first thought was to post on the internet for help. Buying rat traps and rat traps was a suggestion from a netizen. Under the post, there was a netizen who summarized the reason why rats became smart. Animals that experienced SARS had their IQ and vitality greatly improved. Those that didn't have IQ and vitality were all killed by humans during SARS. Therefore, after the rat traps didn't work, under the premise of not buying rat poison, the most popular thing was to find a cat. Then there was Xiao Chu's action of going to the Jiao family to borrow a cat. Among the netizens who supported borrowing a cat, one of the netizens who showed off his pet cat left a comment saying, cats and rats are also the natural enemies of cockroaches. They also prey on cockroaches. Xiao Chu was now arguing with this person. Why don't you wait and see? If it doesn't even care about cockroaches, that cat definitely won't catch rats. Even if it wants to catch one, it might not be able to, the netizen said in the end. Let's wait and see. Comrade Xiao Chu typed loudly on the keyboard. The strength of his fingers was as if he wanted to poke the other party directly. While Xiao Chu was arguing with someone on the forum, Jing Tan opened his eyes, bent his palm, and silently looked at the sharp claws that peeked out from between his fingers. As for the first test of catching rats, he was not nervous at all. On the contrary, Jing Tan was a little excited, but he did not know why. It was the same last night. He had killed several white mice in a row, but he didn't feel disgusted at all. Instead, an inexplicable sense of bloodthirsty excitement rose from the bottom of his heart, which was something he didn't usually feel. Perhaps it was because he didn't pay much attention to it, but what happened last night was like a fuse that ignited the bloodthirsty factor in his heart. However, this was probably due to the nature of the animal's body. Cats were the kind of animals that would hunt even if they were full. Hunting was almost in their nature. Even the most gentle-looking house cat had this nature. Just like a documentary that Zhao Yuan and the others watched a few days ago, every cat that is lazily lying by the stove after a full meal hides a tiger that is ready to pounce. Exhaling a long breath, Zheng Tan released his palms, closed his eyes, and quietly laid there. However, his ears were propped up, and from time to time, they would twitch because of some movement. However, because these sounds were not caused by the rats, Zheng Tan did not move. Time slowly passed, and the night was getting darker. Zheng Tan did not find any movement from the rats, but there was the smell of rats around, which proved that the rats had come out not long ago. Zheng Tan was not in a hurry. He quietly waited in the dark, messy living room. With the light from the bedroom, Zheng Tan was able to see the entire living room clearly. Most of the people in the East Side family compound were asleep, and the surroundings were no longer noisy. The Jiao family must have gone to bed at this time as well. In the living room, other than Xiao Chu's typing and cursing, there was no other movement. Zheng Tan's ears twitched, and he suddenly opened his eyes. In the dark, his dilated pupils were even larger due to the influence of his emotions. Zheng Tan silently jumped down from the chair. He crouched down, but his movement speed was not slow. Under the cover of the darkness, he stopped next to the pile of magazines. Zheng Tan's stealth skills were learned from the sheriff. In the bedroom, Xiao Chu, who had just finished a game, took off his headphones to stretch his sore neck. He turned his head and saw Zheng Tan quietly getting down from the chair. There's a chance? Xiao Chu hurriedly got up from the computer chair and took out his digital camera from the drawer. He paused for a moment before putting it down. He rummaged through the cabinet for a DV. After turning it on, he tiptoed out of the room. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chu's phone suddenly rang, scaring him. He quickly freed one hand to answer the call and spoke in a low voice. Zheng Tan waited in the dark. The mouse came out from the study and did not go to the kitchen. It was obvious that it was familiar with the environment and the living habits of the owner of the house. Xiao Chu basically did not cook for himself. He usually ordered takeout or ate in the cafeteria. The food was either in the bedroom or in the living room. Now, the mouse was walking along the corner of the room. It walked for a while and then stopped to look out for danger. This mouse was about the same size as the lab rat Zheng Tan killed last night. However, in comparison, this mouse was hundreds of times more vigilant than the lab rat. When it was about to reach the bedroom door, the mouse's attention was more focused on the person in the bedroom who was talking on the phone. Just as the mouse was about to reach the door, Zheng Tan moved. The short distance was extremely fast. Like an arrow, it headed straight for the prey. When Zheng Tan rushed over, the mouse suddenly realized that there was a hunter lurking in the dark. It was a long way from here to the study to find a place to hide. If it turned around and ran, it would definitely be caught in a few steps. Therefore, the mouse's strategy was to directly rush into the bedroom. Xiao Chu's bedroom was slightly better than the living room, but it was still messy. However, for the mouse and cockroach, there were many places to hide. As long as it entered the bedroom, Zheng Tan would not be able to do anything to it for the time being. However, it did not have the chance. A black hairy hand with sharp claws stepped on its tail. Before it could do anything, another hairy hand pressed down on its neck. Caw! The sound was so soft that people could not hear it at all. However, the rat instantly fell to the ground without even twitching. During the whole process, the mouse did not even have the time to squeak. Xiao Chu, who had just walked to the door, felt a black shadow flash under his feet. He looked down and saw a black cat. Under the black cat's claws was a motionless mouse. F***CK. Xiao Chu almost threw out the phone and DV in his hands. He looked at the cat, then looked at the mouse, and then looked at the DV in his hands that did not work at all. F***CK. Xiao Chu cursed again. That's it? Shouldn't it first chase around the house, then play with it in the palm of its hand when it caught up, and finally eat it when it was about to die? F***CK, I didn't even say a few words on the phone, and it's over here? What was he trying to do with such a clean claw technique? This is absolutely crazy cool and domineering, isn't it? If anyone said that a cat that can't catch a cockroach can't catch a mouse, who would he get angry with? Hey, Cricket, what's going on over there? The person on the other end of the phone felt that something was wrong with Xiao Chu, and asked. Hey, F***CKU. Xiao Chu hung up the phone directly, and turned on the living room light so that he could see more clearly. Xiao Chu took down the 2 chopsticks stuck in the unfinished lunchbox, and poked the mouse. It did not move. Is it really dead? As if feeling that the chopsticks were not suitable for his hands, Xiao Chu threw them away, and ran to the kitchen to get the fire tongs that he had not used since he moved in. He held the mouse and swung it around, as if to make sure that the mouse was really dead. He then used a digital camera to take photos from all angles, and then immediately returned to the computer. He stopped playing games and hurriedly posted the photos on the forum, vividly describing the scene just now. As a result, many people who replied to the post said that they did not believe it. A senior cat owner posted a few photos. In the photos, some of the mice were bitten full of holes, and some were only left with incomplete limbs and tails, without a torso. Xiao Chu turned his head to look at the black cat in the living room that was stretching, but did not want to look at its prey at all, and continued to argue with the people in the forum. At this time, the phone rang again. Xiao Chu held the phone with his shoulder, and at the same time, typed quickly on the keyboard. Jing Tan walked around the house, and did not find the smell of other mice, so he did not wait there quietly. Just as he was about to go back to the chair and take a nap, Jing Tan moved his ears, and he seemed to hear someone singing downstairs. Walking out of the room, Jing Tan went to the balcony, filtered out the sound of Xiao Chu's phone call and typing, and listened carefully. This time, he heard it clearly. Last night's stars have fallen and disappeared into the distant Milky Way, Jing Tan. The voice that was deliberately lowered but could not hide its special characteristics, the vibrato that was sung in order to express the emotions of the song, and the tune that was older than Jing Tan. Chapter 11. Xiao Chu lived in a special apartment downstairs. Its uniqueness lay in the owner's pet, a rare species of blue-purple macaw. The bird was called General, and it was a tall, rich, and handsome parrot. This guy's value was comparable to a 100 square meter house in the center of Chuhua City, and its value was still rising. It had a high IQ, was proficient in many languages, and had an eye-catching appearance. Coupled with the principle that rare things were valuable, it would be strange if this B***-starred bird's value was not high. Unlike most of the balconies in the apartment building, the balconies of the apartment on the 4th floor were all surrounded by thick barbed wire, mainly to prevent the bird from flying out. They were not afraid that it would fly away, but they were afraid that it would bully people and animals. This guy looked normal, but in fact, it was full of evil tricks. General had a nickname, the Cat's Worry. This guy especially liked to bully cats, and especially liked to bite their ears. It was said that several cats in the school had been bitten before. This was what Jing Tan had heard from the Jiao Pa when he first came to this place. The Jiao Pa had warned Jing Tan so that Jing Tan would be more vigilant against fire, theft, and parrots. Looking at this guy's size and thinking about the strength of the macaw's bite, one could imagine how destructive it could be when it was angry. However, after familiarizing himself with it, Jing Tan knew that this bird actually bullied cats depending on who they were dealing with. The cats in the eastern residential area were fine. As long as they did not provoke it, it would not take the initiative to attack them. However, if it saw the cats in the western residential area, then sorry. Perhaps because of its owner's influence, this bird especially liked to sing nostalgic songs. Some songs Jing Tan had only heard in nostalgic documentaries, and some songs he had no impression of at all. However, listening to the tune, he knew that it was from a certain era. For example, the song Jing Tan had just heard could be traced back to the 1980s, which was still good. What surprised Jing Tan the most was this bird's ability. If the average parrot's IQ was close to 4 or 5 years old, then the one downstairs was probably comparable to an adult, and it was a genius. Why did he say that? The birds downstairs were still singing in a low voice. Zheng Tan could not help but look up at the starry sky helplessly and let out a long sigh. Then, he scanned the balcony and found a metal mosquito coil. He pushed it to the railing, stretched out his claws, and gently tapped it. Dang dang, dang dang, dang 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 dang, the singing downstairs stopped abruptly. The next moment, Zheng Tan heard the sound of flapping wings and the clanging of toes hitting the barbed wire. Apparently, the bird did not expect to hear such a sound at this time, so it was very excited and ran to the barbed wire. Not long after, a pecking sound came from downstairs. It sounded like the bird was pecking at some food packaging. Beep beep, beep beep, beep 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 beep. You're here. No one would have thought that in the middle of the night, a cat on the 5th floor of Block B of the East Family compound of Chu Hua University was communicating with a parrot on the 4th floor using Morse code. In fact, Zheng Tan was not proficient in Morse code. He had just learned it not long ago. The only one who could use it proficiently was Depang, the seemingly insignificant dragonly cat. Every time Depang went to visit relatives in the military region, or when the relatives in the military region came to visit the old lady, they would examine the use of cryptography, such as Morse code communication, simple fence code card games, and so on. If Depang's test results were not satisfactory, it would be better off squatting on instant noodles. This parrot was a loyal fan of cryptography. When Depang was at home, it would go to Depang with cards in its mouth to play fence code games. If it could not find Depang, it would go to Zheng Tan or its owner to play Morse code communication games. However, its owner was usually busy and did not have much time to play with it, so Zheng Tan was often affected by disasters. Last week, General was taken to a nature reserve in another province to play. Zheng Tan was very relaxed for a few days. Now that he found out that this guy was back, Zheng Tan suddenly felt depressed. I heard that Huang was castrated. Today, I saw that it was wearing an Elizabethan collar. General was still in the excitement of finding someone to chat with in the middle of the night, and had no sympathy for Huang. I haven't seen it for a few days. Zheng Tan continued to knock on the mosquito coil plate. Alas, this is the fate of pet cats. It's really pitiful. In the future, the 4 swordsmen of the Eastern District will probably become the 4 eunuchs of the Eastern District. Not every pet cat would go through that surgery. Don't deceive yourself. F***ck off, I don't want to talk to you. Don't go, let's talk. Aren't cats nocturnal animals? It's none of your business. I'm going to sleep. Oh right, can't you sing something more fashionable? Half a minute later, there was a low singing voice downstairs again. You're like that fire. The burning flame warms me, Zheng Tan. I want to pinch it to death. Ignoring the overly energetic bird, Zheng Tan went back to the chair in the living room, covered its ears with its front paws, and closed its eyes to sleep. Early the next morning, Xiao Chu was woken up by Zheng Tan's loud cat howl. It struggled to get up, put on its SpongeBob SquarePants pajamas, and opened the door to let Zheng Tan out. In fact, Zheng Tan could open the door himself, but this was not his home, so he needed to be more careful. Besides, Zheng Tan wanted to give Xiao Chu some trouble and not let him sleep well. Xiao Chu yawned and forced herself to open the door. However, when she opened the door, she found that the Jiao family's door was open. Hearing the noise, the Jiao family, who were having breakfast, gathered around the door. Xiao Chu rubbed his eyes and smiled, "Morning." Zheng Tan went straight to the dining table, and the Jiao Ma went into the kitchen to get breakfast for Zheng Tan. Outside the door, Xiao Chu took out the rat from last night with a pair of tongs. The Jiao Pa looked and commented, "You used a little too much strength, but it's okay." Zheng Tan pulled his ear, pretended not to hear, and continued to eat breakfast. The Jiao Ma also gave Xiao Chu a bowl of vegetable porridge and asked him to eat with her. Anyway, with Xiao Chu's habits, it was impossible for him to buy breakfast or make breakfast himself at this time. At the dining table, Xiao Chu ate his porridge and talked about how he caught the rat last night. The Jiao family was excited, especially the Jiao Ma, who talked about it whenever she went out. At noon, Huang was brought over by its owner. It was no longer wearing the Elizabeth collar. After not seeing it for a few days, Huang seemed to have lost a lot of weight and looked listless. Ever since Zheng Tan met it, he had never seen it like this. The Jiao Ma was chatting with Huang's owner. "Sister Ling, is Huang still recovering from the surgery?" The Jiao Ma was a little worried. "I don't think so. Other people's cats also had the same surgery, and they were full of energy the next day. However, after the surgery, it did change a lot. It doesn't pee everywhere like it used to." Zheng Tan walked into the Jiao Yuan's room and pulled out a large glass marble. Hearing the sound of the glass marble rolling, Huang's ears twitched, and it looked over. Zheng Tan thought that it would become dumb after the surgery. It was good that it was able to respond. He bent his foot and pulled the glass marble towards where Huang was lying. Huang, who was lying there listlessly, stretched out its paw and hooked the glass marble. 5 minutes later, Zheng Tan looked at the energetic Huang playing with the glass marble in the living room and sighed. What the F***ck? It wasn't shocked, it was bored at home. In the end, under the Jiao Ma's suggestion, Huang was allowed to go out for a walk. After leaving the house, Huang returned to its previous energetic state. As soon as it walked out of the building, it ran and howled excitedly. Meow. 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 On the 5th floor, the two women standing on the balcony were very confused. Didn't they say that cats that had undergone surgery wouldn't howl like that anymore? Based on his understanding of Huang, Zheng Tan knew that this guy was just venting his frustration after being forced to stay at home with Elizabeth for a few days. At the same time, he was calling out to his other friends. That was all. When they walked to the corner, they met Grandma Zhai, who was on the same floor as Zheng Tan and the other cats. Zheng Tan and the other cats all knew her. Huang? Grandma Zhai called out. Hearing his name, Huang, who was howling with his tail up, suddenly stopped. He squinted his eyes and looked over. He replied delicately, "Meow." Zheng Tan was speechless. This feeling was like seeing an auntie suddenly become a pretty girl from a humble family. There was a huge difference. They continued to trot along the familiar forest and came to the small forest next to the family area. Depang and Sheriff, who had been summoned by Huang's howl, were already there. Depang still looked sleepy with half-closed eyelids. As for Sheriff, he was chewing something in his mouth. It was probably some kind of insect. The four cats walked a little deeper into the forest. Zheng Tan moved his ears. There seemed to be other people in the forest. He looked up and saw a touch of blue on a tree in front of him. It was General. The yellow crescent-shaped mouth of that guy always made Zheng Tan feel that it was smiling slyly. Huang looked up and saw General. He opened his mouth. Meow. General, in the tree, heard the sound and looked at the four cats under the tree with his yellow eyes. He then raised his paw without an anklet to his mouth. Shoo! Zheng Tan was speechless. Chapter 12. Zheng Tan climbed up the tree and looked in the direction of the sound. Not long after, Zheng Tan got a general idea of what was going on. It was similar to the 8:00 show that Jiao Ma had watched some time ago. The only difference was that the woman didn't cry or make a scene. After watching for a while, Zheng Tan got impatient. He went down the tree for a walk and let the bored parrot stay in the tree to watch the real 8:00 show. At least it wouldn't disturb Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan hoped that the 8:00 show would be released for a whole day or continuously. This idea was very immoral, but what was a moral thing? That thing had been kicked in the corner for as long as Zheng Tan could remember. Occasionally, he would pick it up and look at it. When it wasn't related to his own interests, that thing would stay in the corner and mold. Zheng Tan wouldn't even look at it. Under the tree, Fatty was the only one lying there in a peasant's posture. His eyes were closed as if he was about to fall asleep. As for the sheriff and Huang, they probably couldn't stay idle and went to find a place to play. In this area, there were only a few places that the cats often went to, so Zheng Tan didn't have to worry about not being able to find the two cats. Even if he couldn't find them, they would answer if he called them. They wouldn't run far. He flicked his tail and tapped Depang, indicating that it should follow him. This guy looked like he didn't get enough sleep all day. At first, Jingtan thought that it was because he overused his brain, but later he found that Depang still looked the same even if he didn't use his brain. However, who would have thought that such a sleepy-looking fat cat could use Morse code so skillfully? You can't judge a book by its cover, and the same goes for cats. Not far from the family compound, there was a small supermarket called Dongyuan Supermarket. Recently, Dongyuan Supermarket had been renovated. There was some sand piled up at the back door. Today, the workers were off, so there weren't many people at the back door of the supermarket. When Jingtan arrived at the back door of Dongyuan Supermarket, he saw Huang squatting on the pile of sand. Its eyes were solemn, and it was seriously going to the toilet. After it was done, it used its claws to dig up the sand and buried it. Then, it shook its fur and left as if nothing had happened. Huang did not pee everywhere after the surgery, but its nature was still there. It always liked to poop in some unexpected places. Jingtan imagined what kind of expression the workers would have if they came over tomorrow and found a pile of cat poop. Or maybe the workers didn't notice it and just brushed the pile of cat poop onto the wall. If Jingtan was the boss of this supermarket, he would definitely beat Huang to death. There was a big lawn in front of the Dongyuan Supermarket. However, Jingtan and the others usually didn't go there because there were always a lot of people on the lawn. There were both adults and children there. They would only be looking for trouble if they went there. Children who didn't know any better were the natural enemies of all kinds of pets. You couldn't scratch your tail when it was caught. Children who made mistakes would be beaten by cats. Therefore, when Jingtan and the others came over, they would play in the small forest between the Dongyuan Supermarket and the big lawn. Huang was scratching trees. After scratching one tree, it would go to the next one. The sheriff was looking for food, looking for some small insects to snack on. As for Depang, it curled up its forelegs and lay in the grass like a farmer. It didn't seem to be interested in what was happening around it. Jingtan looked around and didn't see anyone approaching. He jumped onto a stone table in the forest and squatted down to rest in the area where the sun shone. There was a faint scent of osmanthus in the wind. The hustle and bustle of the lawn didn't affect the small forest area. Occasionally, there would be the sound of the two cats flapping their wings and grinding their claws. The warm sunlight made Jingtan a little sleepy. Suddenly, there was a strange sound from the grass not far away. It sounded like a bird chirping, but it was different from a bird chirping. Jingtan had stayed in this area for so long, but he had never heard such a sound. Jingtan opened his eyes. In the place where the sound came from, Huang was raising one of its forelegs and twisting its neck left and right, as if it was considering where to start. The sheriff on the other side heard the sound and ran in that direction. The next moment, a furry ball ran out from there. A guinea pig? In the words of the locals, it was also called a Dutch pig. However, this one was a little different from a normal guinea pig. Its fur was longer, and there was a tuft of white hair on its head that fell forward like bangs, almost covering its eyes. Perhaps it was due to regular exercise, but this guinea pig was not as slow as the fat guinea pigs that Jingtan had seen in cages all day. Its running speed was much faster than before. However, even if it was faster than other guinea pigs, it still couldn't escape from the claws of the two energetic cats. The sheriff and Huang blocked the guinea pig in the middle. As long as the guinea pig tried to run out, they would use their claws to force it back to its original position. Jingtan thought about it and stopped the sheriff and Huang just as they were about to eat it. The guinea pigs in the school were all raised as pets. They weren't lab rats, so you couldn't play with them and eat them however you wanted. Moreover, this breed was a little special. Jingtan had just observed the guinea pig's fur. It was very clean and had probably been carefully combed. The breeder valued this guinea pig very much. No one could guarantee that there wouldn't be any traces left after eating it. If the breeder came to find them, it would definitely cause trouble. The lawn was nearby, so the guinea pig should have come from there. When Jingtan slapped Huang away, the guinea pig didn't immediately take the opportunity to run away. Instead, it stayed in place and looked at the cats vigilantly. Finally, as if it had made a decision, it moved little by little to Jing Tan's side. Jing Tan was speechless. Did it think that he wouldn't eat it? It had to be said that sometimes, animals' sixth sense was very accurate. Jing Tan swung his tail and was about to move further away from the guinea pig when he saw a figure from the corner of his eye. A stranger's figure. If it was just a stranger, Jing Tan wouldn't be so shocked. The reason why he was shocked was that he and the other 3 cats didn't notice that someone was approaching. He didn't even know how long this person had been there. Was he hiding nearby just now? Jing Tan's gaze fell on the person's hand. The person's palm was facing inward, and his body was slightly covering his right hand. When their eyes met, Jing Tan thought of the Jiao Pa's gaze when he killed the lab rats that night. However, the Jiao Pa only showed that kind of gaze to the lab rats. The man in front of him made Jing Tan feel even colder. This person had killed more than just lab rats. Huang was only shocked by the sudden appearance of the person. Then, he focused his attention on the furball that was hiding beside Jing Tan. He raised his paw and tried, but he still didn't give up. Jing Tan slapped Huang. Didn't this idiot see that there was a dangerous person here? Even when he was slapping Huang, Jing Tan's gaze didn't leave the stranger. This person gave him a very dangerous feeling. He and the others were like the lab rats that were placed on the lab table that night. They couldn't escape and were waiting for their necks to be broken. Fatty was no longer lying on the grass. He sprang up with a whoosh, his back arched, his hair standing on end, his ears pulled back, and his eyes no longer had their usual sleepy look. Instead, they revealed an ominous glint. His throat issued a warning woo, woo, as if he was facing a formidable enemy. This was the first time that Jing Tan saw De Pang like this since he met him. Perhaps they were influenced by Jing Tan and De Pang, but the other 2 were also looking at the person with vigilance. Although they were a little stupid and careless, Huang and the sheriff didn't run away alone at the critical moment. How loyal. The sheriff was actually prepared to run away, but he realized that the other 3 didn't move. He also stayed there with his fur standing up. What should I do? Jing Tan's mind was spinning. Running away immediately was one of the better methods, and it was also the most commonly used method. However, Jing Tan wasn't sure if he could leave safely. The other party's gaze was still locked on them, as if any movement would trigger the danger line. The other party's hand that hadn't been directly exposed made Jing Tan feel extremely dangerous. The 2 sides stared at each other for about 2 minutes. The person laughed, and the surrounding atmosphere seemed to relax a lot. The person shook his arms and waved his hands. He said, "Kittens, don't be so nervous. I'm just here to look for my pet." As he spoke, the person pointed at the Dutch pig hiding behind Jing Tan. However, the Dutch pig obviously wasn't going to give the person any face. It moved closer to Jing Tan, as if it was avoiding the person. Jing Tan let out a sigh of relief, but he didn't dare to be careless. He felt that the stranger had something in his hand. Perhaps it was a blade or something else, but he hid it with a flip of his hand. Who was this person? Jing Tan was puzzled. "Chestnut, come here quickly. If you don't go back, your master will be worried." The person shouted at the furry Dutch pig hiding behind Jing Tan. The Dutch pig didn't respond. It didn't even show its face. It didn't respond. "Chestnut," the person bent down and called the furry Dutch pig a few more times. Jing Tan cursed in his heart. He moved his body to the side, revealing the furry Dutch pig hiding behind him. He didn't want to put himself and the others in danger because of this furry Dutch pig. Seeing that the furry Dutch pig still didn't move, Jing Tan used his tail to push it a few more times. "Why don't you just leave?" In the end, the furry Dutch pig pushed out by Jing Tan seemed to be very unwilling. It slowly moved in the direction of the person. After getting the pet back, the person didn't stay any longer. He turned and left towards the lawn. When the person's figure couldn't be seen, Jing Tan let out a sigh of relief. He thought to himself that it would be better if he didn't come here often. Chapter 13. Because of the stranger's incident, Huang and the sheriff stayed at home for a few days. Fatty was still the same as before. He wouldn't come out unless he was called. As for Jingtan, he promised Xiaoguo to shoot a cat food commercial. He was taken by Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma to the Ming Ming Pet Center for 2 days. The first commercial was not the video commercial that Jingtan had imagined, but in the form of a photo story. Jingtan had neglected one thing before. At this time, the development of online videos was not as popular as it would be 10 years later. Many people were not optimistic about the development of online videos. They speculated that the future was not optimistic, and some people even said that it was hopeless. However, Xiaoguo did not think so. When he was discussing the contract with Jiao Pa, he said, "The charm of the internet is that it can be magically reversed due to technological innovation." This sentence made Jingtan think more highly of him. As a person who had been there, Jingtan knew better than anyone else what the internet would be like 10 years later. Compared to other companies' single advertising pictures, Xiaoguo's own commercial in the form of a photo story was more attractive. Even people who did not have pets at home would like to watch it. At least it could increase the brand's popularity. With Jingtan, it did not take much effort to shoot such a story picture. They didn't even need to use cat food, which made Xiaoguo very happy. It was difficult to make a cat make an ideal expression. The limitations of the era made it so that businesses did not spend too much effort on this form of advertising. Xiaoguo would post such a photo story advertisement on a pet forum on the internet. At the same time, it would also be published in print magazines. This was another reason why Xiaoguo was so anxious to let Jingtan shoot the commercial. Some time ago, one of Xiaoguo's friends started a new pet magazine. It was published once a month, and Xiaoguo was happy to take this free ride. In fact, before Jingtan came to the pet center, Xiaoguo had tried to shoot other cats. Some of them were expensive breeds, but the shooting process and effect were really. It made his stomach hurt. However, after Jingtan came, the shooting went smoothly. Every movement and every look did not require much talking. Therefore, Xiaoguo's stomach did not hurt anymore. He also saved cat food. He quickly asked Jiao Pa to sign the contract. Because Pet Magazine was a monthly magazine, Jingtan only needed to shoot it once a month. For Jingtan, shooting the commercial was not a big deal. In addition to making some extra money, Jingtan also had a playful attitude. The funniest thing was that at the end of the story picture, there was a small line of words, actor, Black Sea. It was Xiaoguo's habit to label the pet's name. The Black Sea was Jiao Pa's idea. It did not directly use Jingtan's real cat name, which was also a kind of protection for Jingtan. As for the Black Sea, Xiaoguo also asked why. Jiao Pa's explanation was that black was black, and sea represented carbon in the periodic table of elements. So, for the first time shooting a cat food commercial, Xiaoguo transferred 1,000 yuan to his card. Jiao Ma said it was much more than expected. 1,000 yuan was really nothing for Jingtan in the past, but now it was a rare reward. Jiao Pa also made a bank card for Jingtan. It was specially used for Jingtan to deposit advertising fees. In fact, it was not only Jingtan. Jiao Yuan and Gu Yuzi also had their own bank cards. They would deposit their New Year's money, exam rewards, and pocket money. But now the cards were in Jiao Pa's hands to prevent them from misusing them. This was Jiao Pa's unique way of teaching. But what puzzled Jingtan was why Jiao Pa would use this method on a cat. Sometimes Jingtan did not understand what Associate Professor Jiao was thinking. But no matter what, after 3 months of working together, Jingtan had a certain understanding of Jiao Pa. At least he was sure that Jiao Pa would not harm him. He did not know if it was because scientific researchers were particularly receptive to unusual things. If outsiders knew how Associate Professor Jiao got along with his cat, they would be so shocked that their eyeballs would pop out. Including Jiao Ma, Jiao Yuan, and Gu Yuzi, no one knew how Jingtan interacted with Jiao Pa. After shooting the advertisement, Jingtan did not have much to do. After staying at home for 2 days, he could not help but go out for a walk. This time, he did not find anyone suspicious. He went to the lawn to observe again. He did not see the person from last time, but he saw the guinea pig. A little girl, not much older than Gu Yuzi, and her mother were watching the furry guinea pig walk on the lawn. Zheng Tan decided to stay away from the mother and daughter in the future to avoid provoking that person again. One day, Zheng Tan came back from his walk. Before he entered the house, he sensed an unfamiliar presence. Guests. The atmosphere in the living room was not very good. It was too quiet. Jiao Ma was cooking in the kitchen, but she was also absent-minded. Jiao Pa and that person were sitting on the sofa and smoking. Neither of them spoke. The guest was about the same age as Jiao Pa. He did not seem to be in a good state of mind. His eyes were bloodshot, and he looked like someone who had stayed up for a few nights. Jiao Pa called that person Yuanzi. It was obvious that they had a good relationship. However, Zheng Tan did not understand why the two of them were so quiet and even a little depressed. Jiao Yuan had a small table in his room. When it was inconvenient for the two children to be around, Jiao Ma would bring out the small wooden table with the Chinese chess pattern so that Jiao Pa and Gu Yuzi could eat in the small room. Adult topics were not suitable for children to hear. Therefore, Zheng Tan was even more curious. What kind of topics were not suitable for children to be around? Zheng Tan jumped on his own chair and lay down to rest. He also wanted to understand the situation. Jiao Pa only looked at Zheng Tan and did not say anything. It was a silent consent. No matter how quiet he was before, after 3 glasses of wine, he opened his mouth. Through the two men's tearful conversation, Zheng Tan had a rough understanding of the situation. Jiao Pa's master's supervisor, Professor Yuan, who was also Yuanzi's father, had stage 4 lung cancer. He was not in good health and only had 2 months left. When Jiao Pa graduated from the University of South China, Professor Yuan went abroad. Since Professor Yuan was not around, Jiao Pa did not stay at the University of South China. Instead, he returned to his hometown, Jianghu province, to teach in Chuhua. The University of South China was the leader of the universities along the southern coast of China. It had the same status as Chuhua University in central China. Jiao Ma and Jiao Pa had a good relationship with Yuanzi when they were at the University of South China. Naturally, Yuanzi also had a good relationship with Professor Yuan. When they heard about Professor Yuan's death, both of them were very sad. Yuanzi did not inherit his father's legacy. He did not have the heart to do research. In other words, he did not have the heart to do research. Just like Zheng Tan, he was a prodigal. Zheng Tan did not know what Yuanzi had experienced after graduation. He also did not know how much Yuanzi had suffered because of his father's illness. Based on the conversation between the two, Yuanzi had changed a lot. Just like what Jiao Pa had said, a prodigal son has turned over a new leaf. It was said that a prodigal son who turned over a new leaf was more precious than gold. However, most of the time, a prodigal son would rather stay a prodigal son forever. This was because the price of turning over a new leaf was huge. He would rather not turn back in exchange for that price. So, if Fei Hang did not inform me that you came to Chuhua, you would have continued to carry on by yourself? You were going to hide it from everyone for the rest of your life? Jiao Pa's eyes were red. His voice was not loud, but it was trembling. It was obvious that he could no longer control his emotions. Jiao Ma did not say anything. She sat on the side and wiped her tears. The old man doesn't want too many people to know. He has stopped receiving all kinds of treatment. He just wants to close his eyes in peace at home, Yuanzi said as he sniffled. In the past, Jiao Pa was Professor Yuan's trump card. Back then, who in the University of South China's Life Sciences School did not envy Professor Yuan for having such a student? In addition to his son's inaction, Professor Yuan treated Jiao Pa like his own son. Jiao Pa's achievements today were all because of Professor Yuan's guidance. However, ever since Professor Yuan went abroad, the two of them only communicated through messaging apps or emails. It was not frequent. It seemed like Professor Yuan was always busy. Last week, Jiao Pa received an email from Professor Yuan. He said that he would not be using a computer for a long time. Now, it seemed like Professor Yuan was really not going to tell anyone. After a moment of silence, Jiao Pa calmed himself down and asked, "Why did you come to Chuhua this time?" Fei Heng said that you are here to investigate. Investigate what? If you need help, just ask. Yuanzi rubbed his face with his palms and said, "I'm going to start a biotechnology company." It's not a small business. Father Jiao nodded. Chuhua City is indeed not bad. There are too many new companies along the southern coast, and companies established both domestically and abroad are rising one after another. Southern Genetics is entrenched in Pearl City in East China, and Huada Genetics is in Beijing. Various large bases have gradually formed interest groups. It's not impossible to get involved, but it will be very tiring. In comparison, Central China is much less competitive, and its development is much faster. Zheng Tan did not understand what the Jiao Pa and Yuanzi were discussing. He did not know what the company was going to do. So, after listening for a while, he went to Jiao Yuan's room. A few days later, Zheng Tan was called to Jiao Pa's room. He was told that the Jiao family was going to the northeast. Professor Yuan's hometown was in the northeast. Zheng Tan could understand why the Jiao Pa made this decision. But, this meant that he would be alone at home? The Jiao Pa asked Zheng Tan for his opinion. If Zheng Tan wanted to go with them, the Jiao Pa would borrow a car and drive to the northeast. This way, it would be more convenient to bring Zheng Tan along. Zheng Tan thought for a while and shook his head. If they were going to the south, he would definitely follow them. He wanted to know if his other self was still alive. But this time, they were going to the north. He did not want to go. Zheng Tan did not want to be sent to the pet center. He also did not want to stay at someone else's house. So, the Jiao Pa gave Zheng Tan a key. Before the family left, they took turns to remind Zheng Tan. The conclusion was, when you are alone at home, be good. Don't open the door for strangers. Zheng Tan. Did they really think that he was a child? The Jiao Yuan and Gu Yizi left. They took out their snacks and piled them on the sofa. They were afraid that their cat would starve. After the Jiao family left, Zheng Tan looked at the empty house. He suddenly felt that the old house had become much bigger. This was so King boring. Zheng Tan rolled around the sofa in the living room. He then hung upside down on the edge of the sofa and looked at the upside down view. Finally, Zheng Tan's gaze landed on the calendar in the living room. The Jiao Pa said that they would be away for a week. Today was Wednesday. He had to wait until next Wednesday. Zheng Tan rolled over and stood up. Every Wednesday was the day that Dongyuan's supermarket would deliver new goods. The delivery truck would arrive at 4 or 5 p.m. and leave at 6 or 7 p.m. It was 4:30 p.m. now. Zheng Tan put the key that the Jiao Pa gave him around his neck and left the house. Chapter 14. When Zheng Tan went downstairs, he found a note on the corner of the stairs between the 5th floor and the 4th floor. Zheng Tan's eyes were on the same level as the note. Turn off the unnecessary power supply if you go on a long trip to avoid safety hazards. Close the doors and windows to prevent dust from blowing in. Remember to bring food. Please refer to the detailed instructions on the desk for the specific steps. It was the Jiao Pa's handwriting. Zheng Tan tugged at her ears and turned around helplessly. With some difficulty, she used the key hanging around her neck to open the door. She entered the Jiao couple's bedroom and jumped onto the desk. Sure enough, there was an open notebook on the desk. Everything she needed to do was listed out in detail. Zheng Tan read it once, walked around the house, turned off part of the power supply according to the instructions, and closed the doors and windows. After everything was sorted out, Zheng Tan went out with a bag of thumb pancakes in his mouth. He swiped the access card and went to a sycamore tree next to the cement road in the East Side family compound. He climbed up the tree. There was a fist-sized hole on the 3rd branch. Zheng Tan put the key and access card in the hole, and then grabbed 2 leaves to cover the hole. Generally, There were few birds on the trees near the road in the East Side family compound, including the stupid parrot. As for the other cats, they rarely climbed trees here. If they did, they would climb the trees in the woods, not the cement road. Therefore, Zheng Tan was relieved to leave the things here. After all, he couldn't go on a long trip with the access card and house key marked as a pet. It would be too inconvenient. Besides, it would be even more troublesome if he was caught doing something bad. After putting the things away, Zheng Tan went to the bushes next to the East Garden supermarket and waited for the opportunity to get into the car. The delivery driver was helping to unload the goods. After the last box was loaded, the driver leaned against the door and smoked. He turned his head and saw Zheng Tan squatting in the bushes. Next to him was a bag of thumb pancakes that children often ate. "Yo, Black Charcoal, are you going out to play again today?" The delivery driver recognized Zheng Tan. He was very familiar with this scene. The only difference was that the cat was carrying a bag of biscuits. Was it preparing to go on a long trip? Previously, Zheng Tan had taken these two delivery trucks to slip away twice. At that time, the delivery driver had complained a bit. However, after the Jiao Pa gave him 2 cartons of cigarettes and a bottle of liquor, the delivery driver would smile like a chrysanthemum every time he saw Zheng Tan. As long as Zheng Tan took the truck, it meant that he would receive more gifts in the future. The cigarettes and liquor were all good stuff. They were sold for more than 100 renminbi in the supermarket near the central department store. Zheng Tan stretched himself and jumped into the back of the truck with the thumb pancake in his mouth. He waited for the driver to settle the bill with the supermarket owner and leave. There was nothing else in the truck today, so it was very clean. "Black Charcoal, today's goods have been delivered. I'm not going to the central department store. I'm going straight home. I'm not going through the east gate. I'm going through the back gate of the second north gate." Zheng Tan had taken a walk around the central department store the previous 2 times. It was 2 stops away from the east gate of the family compound. It would take about 20 minutes for people to walk there, but the tall buildings of Tsinghua University could be seen clearly from the central department store. The school was very big. It would take a few stops to walk from one end of the school to the other. The delivery driver was just saying. He didn't expect a cat to understand what he said. All he could do was to give the black cat a ride. As for where the cat was going, he didn't care. When it was almost 6:00, the goods in the Dongyuan supermarket were all accounted for. The bill was also settled. The delivery driver called Zheng Tan and drove the truck to the second north gate. The sunset had turned orange and was about to fall below the horizon. At the north gate of the cafeteria, students were walking in and out. The last class had just ended. They were talking and laughing about the day's events. The truck passed by the North Gate cafeteria. Zheng Tan, who was squatting in the shadow of the truck, looked at them. He thought about his past and suddenly felt sad. Before he came here, he was also a third-year student. When the small truck reached the fork in the road near the North District cafeteria, Zheng Tan saw a young lad wearing a white uniform riding a 28-year-old bicycle towards the North District cafeteria. If you ignored the words, Tsinghua University Northgate Cafeteria, printed on the left chest of his uniform, other people might think he came from a laboratory. The surrounding people were the future elites of the motherland. But this young man riding a 28-year-old bicycle and wearing a cafeteria uniform didn't have much envy in his eyes. He didn't have any inferiority complex. When the wind blew, the uniform looked like a high-end trench coat. He hummed a song, faced the red sunset, and still smiled brightly. Going out from the north gate of Tsinghua University, they didn't get close to the central department store. They could only look at the lights of the central department store from afar. Zheng Tan was familiar with the scenery there. The neon lights around the central department store were already lit up. The huge screen flashed, showing the prosperity of the metropolis. Zheng Tan looked at everything outside the truck. He was like an inharmonious bystander. He obviously saw a lot, but his mind didn't think about anything. He was in a trance. The truck went from the city center to the third ring road, to the suburbs. The night was getting darker and the wind was getting colder. the truck suddenly stopped. Zheng Tan, who was in a daze, bumped his head into the truck's partition. Zheng Tan raised his paw and scratched the fur on his head. Listening to the conversation outside, Zheng Tan knew that the truck driver had arrived home. He got up and shook the dust off his body. He jumped out of the truck with the bag of thumb pancakes in his mouth. Looking around, Zheng Tan decided to find a place to sleep first. He would go out in the morning. Although he was now a cat, he still liked to walk during the day. When Zheng Tan was looking for a place to spend the night, the phone in a dormitory of a graduate student dormitory in Tsinghua University rang. The person closest to the phone picked it up and respectfully said a few words. Then he said, "Please wait for a moment." He should have finished his shower. "I will go and call him." Then he put the phone on the table and went to the bed diagonally opposite. The person on the bed was sleeping soundly. She was grinding her teeth and laughing. The other 3 people in the dormitory were shocked at the beginning, but now they were numb. The person who just picked up the phone pushed the person on the bed who was grinding her teeth and whispered, "Xian, your boss is calling. I said you were taking a shower in the bathroom. Don't say the wrong thing later." Hearing the words, "your boss," the person who was sleeping soundly suddenly woke up. She quickly climbed out of bed and ran to the bathroom to clear her throat. The voice of someone who just woke up was a little hoarse. Xian didn't want her supervisor to know that she was sleeping at night. She didn't want her supervisor to know that she was sleeping at night. Wouldn't that ruin her image in her boss' mind? "Professor Jiao, I'm sorry. I was taking a shower. What can I do for you?" Xian picked up the phone. She felt that she was acting well. Her roommates, who were playing games, even stopped typing in order to cooperate with her. They even pretended to talk about why eating meat with garlic was nutritious. On the other end of the phone, Jiao Pa paused for a second and said, "Sorry to disturb your sleep. Xian. What kind of F*** ears does Mr. Jiao have?" The resolution is F*** high. However, to Xian's relief, Associate Professor Jiao didn't continue to dwell on this topic. Instead, he said, "Do you have time now?" "Yes." Xian hurriedly expressed. Even if she didn't have time, she had to squeeze it out. 20 minutes later, Xian stood in the living room of the Jiao family with the key she found in the drawer of Associate Professor Jiao's office. This was the second time that Xian had come to the Jiao family. The first time was in the first half of this year, when the results of the postgraduate examination were announced. He was Associate Professor Jiao's first student. In addition, he was very capable, so Associate Professor Jiao attached great importance to him and invited him to have dinner with the Jiao family. Xian had never seen Zheng Tan before. When Zheng Tan went to the Jiao family building, no one knew about it except for the Jiao family. Therefore, Xian didn't know that her supervisor's cat was a little special. After looking around, Xian didn't see the cat. She went to the bedroom and used the phone in the bedroom to call Associate Professor Jiao back. "Professor Jiao, I don't see the cat. Did your cat run away from home?" After saying that, Xian wanted to slap herself. "That's what you get for saying that. Did you unplug the air conditioner?" Jiao Pa asked on the other side of the phone. "Yes. The socket in the kitchen is also turned off," Xian hurriedly said, and described the situation in the house. "Professor Jiao, do you want me to buy a bag of cat food and put it here?" Xian asked. "No, as long as there are snacks on the sofa and the fridge is full." Xian was speechless. "How could you raise a cat like this? Come over every day and use my home phone to call me. As for your work summary, you don't have to report it this week." Hearing that she didn't need to report the progress of the experiment, Xian was relieved. The experiment hadn't been going well these days, so there was nothing to report. "Okay, don't worry. I'll come over every day at this time." On the train, Jiao Pa put his phone back in his pocket and looked at the night outside the window. Chapter 15. Zheng Tan squatted on a tree. This was a suitable place that he had finally found. 200 meters away, there were a few houses. Two of them still had their lights on, and he could occasionally hear people talking. Most of the surrounding area was farmland, but Jing Tan could see that there were not many crops in the fields with the help of the dim starlight. This area should be demolished soon. After changing into a comfortable position, Jing Tan closed his eyes and listened carefully. He didn't dare to be too careless outside. The last bit of light went out, and there were some cat calls in the distance. Sometimes, there were 1 or 2 dog barks in the house. The temperature in the suburbs was a little lower than in Chuhua, and the wind made Jing Tan feel a little cold. The hazy sleepiness was also being blown away by the gusts of wind. Just as Jing Tan was wondering if he should find something to do, he heard some noise. It was the sound of footsteps. It was very light, but for a cat, it was still clear. Jing Tan peeked through the leaves and looked in the direction of the footsteps. A man in a loose sweater walked over with one hand in his pocket. The pocket seemed to be holding something, and the other hand was holding a small shovel. The person was wearing a hat, so Jing Tan couldn't see the person's face, and he couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman. But at this time, people who dared to come out alone were usually men, right? Looking at this posture. Was he going to kill someone and bury the body? Jing Tan's curiosity was suddenly aroused, but he didn't dare to follow. Even if it was a cat, there was no telling if it would be killed. The direction that the person walked in was some dilapidated tile-roofed houses. It seemed that no one had lived there for a while, and there were weeds everywhere. Seeing that the person stopped in front of a half-collapsed tile-roofed house, Jing Tan was ready to squat there and watch the show. After all, it wasn't far. The person squatted in a corner, back-facing Jing Tan, and he didn't know what he was doing. Jing Tan didn't hear the sound of bricks hitting each other, but there was a slight sound of glassware hitting each other. It wasn't until dawn that the man left the dilapidated house. Jing Tan jumped down to take a look, but he didn't dare to get too close because he smelled an unpleasant smell. It was like pesticides. Jing Tan was curious, but he cherished his life even more. Even if it was a cat's life, it was still his life. Taking advantage of the fact that the residents were still sleeping, Jing Tan climbed into a house's yard and found a faucet to wash his feet so that they wouldn't stick to the soil from the dilapidated house. The water was too cold, and there was no paper towel to wipe it off. Jing Tan didn't want to lick the water himself, so he looked around and saw the clothes hanging outside the house. Only then did he wipe his claws on a long dress made of the best material. He stomped his feet on it, leaving a series of dust marks. After wiping his feet, Jing Tan grabbed a persimmon from the persimmon tree in the courtyard, washed it, and took it away. A few dog barks came from next door. The dog probably heard Jing Tan's movements. The sound was a little tender, and it should be an underage puppy. When Jing Tan returned to the tree, the sky was much brighter. Not long after, there were sounds of people cursing from the house. The reason was the skirt that Jing Tan used to wipe his feet. As the sun rose, the temperature gradually rose. Jing Tan felt the warmth of the sun on his body. He yawned, stretched, tore open the bag of thumb pancakes, and began to eat breakfast. If it was too dry, he would gnaw on the persimmon. A brownish-gray puppy ran out of the house and played in the field. This should be the guy who barked a little earlier. There were a few hens pecking in the field that no one was managing. The puppy ran over and chased the hens away. One of the fat hens squatted down and didn't move when the puppy rushed over. After the puppy rushed over, it paused a little at the fat hen and took a few bites. It probably didn't even touch the hen's skin, so it continued to chase the other hens. The more it chased, the more it ran, and the more it chased. Every time the fat hen saw the puppy chasing it, it squatted down and didn't move. Every time, it could avoid being chased around. Sure enough, Depang's son also had great wisdom. The puppy was tired of chasing the hens, so it stuck out its tongue and jogged along the road by the field. Suddenly, its ears moved, and it stopped to look around. It looked in Jing Tan's direction and then ran over. Jing Tan chewed on the thumb pancake and looked at the puppy that was barking and running around the tree under the tree. He threw down the thumb pancake that was only the length of a fingernail. The puppy paused, then walked over. It put its nose on the ground and sniffed around. It found the thumb pancake in the grass, rolled its tongue, and ate it. After eating, the puppy looked at Jingtan on the tree, who was eating the biscuits, and wagged its tail happily. Every time, Jingtan would chomp down a thumb biscuit until there was only a small piece left before throwing it down. Then, she would watch as the little dog wagged its tail and searched for the biscuit in the bushes. Sometimes, it would stand up and catch the biscuit in the air. Jingtan had a lot of fun. Unknowingly, the bag of thumb pancakes was almost empty. Just as he was about to sigh, he suddenly heard the sound of a lighter next to him. Jingtan was shocked. When did someone come nearby? Looking in the direction of the sound of the lighter, Jingtan saw a man dressed like a migrant worker. However, even if he changed his clothes, Jingtan still recognized him. It was the man who was looking for the Dutch pig. The puppy had just noticed a stranger nearby and barked at the man. Jingtan curled his lips. "You foodie, what's the use of barking now?" However, the puppy didn't last long. Under the man's gaze, the puppy ran away with its tail between its legs. Jingtan didn't dare to run. He wasn't sure if he could escape successfully. He wanted to see what the man wanted to do. Or, should he pretend not to know him? After all, there were many black cats in the world. Jingtan thought in his heart. The man blew out a smoke ring and looked at Jingtan. "Even if you don't wear a cat tag, I still recognize you. You're so mean to tease the puppy." **CK, it wasn't easy to fool. Jingtan pulled his ears and tightened his muscles. Although the man's aura was relatively calm, Jingtan's first impression of him was too bad. He had to be on guard. The man smoked and said a few words casually. Then, he suddenly asked, "Were you here last night? Did you see anyone strange?" "Strange person?" Was he referring to the one in the sweater? "You really did see him." Celestine saw the answer from the subtle changes in the cat's eyes and expression. Originally, he just wanted to test the cat. In fact, he didn't expect to get any useful information from the cat. He didn't expect the cat to really see him. "Okay, I won't ask too much. I just want to know what that guy did. Or, did he hide something?" Celestine held the cigarette in his mouth and spread his hands to show that he didn't mean any harm. Jingtan thought for a while and lifted his chin to point at the broken tiled house. "Thanks." When Jingtan decided to run away, Celestine, who was walking towards the broken tiled house, said, "Don't go yet. I still have something to ask you. Even if you run away, I'll still catch you. Do you believe me?" Jingtan saw a flash of silver light, and a thin metal piece was stuck in the road in front of him. Jingtan stared at the metal piece that was still trembling in front of his paw. He shook his beard, squatted down, and raised his paw to flick the metal piece. He was full of surprise. He turned his head to look at the man in the broken tiled house. How could the man in the sweater find the thing that he hid so easily? 5 minutes later, Celestine held a brown glass jar in his gloved hand and a phone in his other hand. "Hello, I have good news for you." I said, "I have good news." Did you hear me? Hello. Hello. I said, "Over there." **CK. As soon as he hung up, the phone rang. "Hello." I said, "I have some clues over here." "Hello." The description of the location and the brief description of the incident took 10 minutes, and it was repeated over and over again. Jingtan was tired just listening to it. Jingtan made a rough estimation. In 10 minutes, that person would probably say 3 words, "Hey, hey," followed by **CK. Wei Ling finally finished talking and threw the phone into his pocket as if he had been freed. **CK, stupid smartphone. Looking at Jingtan, who was still squatting in the same place, Celestine nodded. "Come with me. Don't think about running away. Otherwise, I'll go to Tsinghua University to find you. You actually live there, right? I don't believe that you won't go back." Jingtan. This trip was so **King bad. "Wait here, I'll go get the car." After speaking, Celestine ran away with the jar. Zheng Tan waited on the spot for 2 to 3 minutes before she saw the person riding a woman's bicycle over on the bumpy gravel road. Chapter 16. Zheng Tan really didn't want to think about the process of riding the bicycle through the stone road. When they arrived at the destination that Celestine mentioned, Zheng Tan quickly jumped off the bicycle. He was so dizzy that he almost fell to the ground. This was a small 2-story building surrounded by private residential areas. However, this area was also within the demolition area. Many of the houses were empty, and the word demolition was written on the wall. Tall advertising signs were hung around the building. As the high-tech zone expanded, this area was bound to be demolished. Within 10 years, this area would gradually be covered by new high-tech enterprises. Celestine opened the door and pushed the bicycle into the house. He rummaged through the fridge and took out a handful of beef cubes. He sat on the sofa and watched TV while eating, ignoring Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan looked around and jumped onto the coffee table. She took the beef cubes from Wei Ling's side and tore open the wrapping paper to eat. On the way here, Celestine said that he would ride directly to Tsinghua University and send Zheng Tan back. Therefore, Zheng Tan wasn't in a hurry to leave. He couldn't leave even if he wanted to. 10 minutes later, the door rang. A man in a police uniform came in. Seeing Zheng Tan, the man said to Celestine in surprise, "Where did you pick up this cat?" "I don't want to raise it. You know, I'd rather raise a dog than a cat." "You don't need to raise it. It belongs to someone else. I'll send it back tomorrow." Celestine opened a beef cube and threw it into his mouth. He took out the glass jar and handed it to the man. The man didn't say much. He put on gloves and took the glass jar to the bathroom. After a while, he came out with a small bag. The bag was transparent, and the things inside could be seen. Jade, diamond, gold ring. Although it was only a small bag, it was worth a lot. "Did you see the person?" the man asked. Celestine shook his head and pointed at Zheng Tan. "This cat found it." Tisk, Bulsh *T. The man obviously didn't believe him. He turned around and said, "Tell me, what else did you find? I didn't hear you clearly on the phone. You should change your PHS. Otherwise, you won't be able to contact anyone once you leave the central district." Celestine explained the situation of the dilapidated tile-roofed house. "I deliberately sprinkled some medicine around it to prevent some livestock from getting close, but it won't let the weeds die. The residents nearby had been busy moving away recently, so they didn't even look at the run-down houses overgrown with weeds. The bag was hidden very well, and the surrounding traces were cleaned up quite well. They were very careful. It's not the first time that person has done something like this. Of course it's not the first time. That person has taken several lives, so he's very familiar with this kind of thing. Only you can find it. If it were my subordinates, they wouldn't be able to find anything even if they circled that broken tile-roofed house for an entire day." The man in uniform flicked the bag in his hand. After thinking for a moment, he handed a folder behind him to Celestine. "Mail?" Celestine looked at the information in his hand and frowned. This was different from what he had guessed. He had been suspecting the only woman among the suspects. The results of the newly bought equipment in the bureau. How can it be fake? The man in uniform patted Celestine's shoulder. "Okay, brother, thank you for helping me find these evidence. I've already sent people to guard that place. If there's any movement, I'll inform you. I say, you've been out of the military for 3 years, and your injuries have healed. Hurry up and find something to do. Don't wander around all day. You can enter the police station or start a company. It's not like you don't have any connections or capital." Celestine lit a cigarette, raised his arm behind his head, and leaned back on the sofa. "Lazy. Bullshit." The man in uniform picked up the folder and slapped it. He was so angry that he stopped talking about this topic. He turned to look at Zheng Tan, who was using his furry paws to remove the wrapping paper of the beef cubes. "This cat is quite smart, but compared to Master's lynx, the man in uniform stopped talking halfway. Why would I mention it? Why would you mention it? The two almost spoke at the same time. When they thought of the lynx's gaze, which was exactly the same as their master's, the two of them panicked. This was also the reason why Celestine wasn't too surprised to see Jingtan's various actions. Celestine rubbed the goosebumps on his arm and kicked the man in uniform. Brother, you should go back to work. These cases are enough for you to work on. That's true. The man in uniform put away the things. His face looked serious, but his words were full of pride. If I don't solve these cases, I won't be able to get promoted. Narcissism is an illness. It needs to be treated. Didn't you read the newspaper? Narcissistic people can be leaders. Napoleon, Roosevelt, Stalin, Edison, Carnegie, Rockefeller, Ford, and Hitler all have the same psychological trait of narcissism. The man in uniform whistled as he left. Before he left, he added, "Don't return my daughter's bicycle. Buy a new one as compensation. It's her birthday soon. You know, the kind that can be folded." Although Jingtan had been eating the beef, his ears had been listening to the conversation between the two. It seemed that the two people's identities weren't simple. They even came from the same master. After the man in uniform left, Celestine made a bowl of instant noodles, grabbed a handful of beef, and put it on the coffee table. He said to Jingtan, "I'm going to sleep. If you're hungry, eat the beef. I don't have anything else for you. Also, it's best if you don't go out. This place isn't like where you were before. Do you know why there aren't any cats or dogs around? They were all caught by the construction workers to stew. There are many people who want to eat dragon and tiger fight. With your skills, you can only bully a small dog." Jingtan, after staying in this dangerous area for a night, Celestine packed a bag of clothes the next day and rode his bicycle to Tsinghua University. Jingtan once again squatted on the basket of the Pink Lady bicycle. Fortunately, as they neared the city, the roads were relatively flat. Other than the uncomfortable wind, everything else was fine, except for the noise of some people. From the start of the journey to the street where Tsinghua University was located, Celestine criticized Jingtan for all kinds of things. Poor jumping ability, slow reaction, degraded hearing like a pig. You don't even know when someone is walking next to you, Jingtan wanted to refute, but unfortunately, he didn't have the ability to do so. He could only make a strange cat's meow. Therefore, on the way, pedestrians saw a man on a woman's bicycle talking non-stop. When he said a few words, the cat in the basket would meow. The man and the cat seemed to be quarreling. It took at least 2 hours to ride the bicycle from the new technology development zone to Tsinghua University. Jingtan saw that Celestine didn't look tired. Celestine rented a house near Tsinghua University. He had already bought a house not far from Tsinghua University, but it was renovating recently. He wouldn't be moving in for at least half a year. Therefore, he found a place and paid the rent for half a year. The mother and daughter that Jingtan saw on the lawn last time were the wife and child of Celestine's comrade. Unfortunately, that comrade died in a mission. Celestine had been taking care of him. After he retired from the army, he often came to see the mother and daughter. The house that Celestine rented was not far from the residential compound of the owner's family. It was only a 5-minute walk from the East Gate. Many students rented houses there. When Celestine arrived at the rented house, he let Jingtan get out of the car. "You can go back by yourself. If you have free time, you should practice your skills. As a cat that likes to wander around, if you don't have some skills, you will be fought with sooner or later. I will go running in the school in the morning, around 6 or 7 o'clock. If you want to run, you can join me. That's all." After that, Celestine locked the car and went upstairs. He didn't care if the cat would be caught if he left it there. Celestine felt that if the cat was caught so easily, it deserved it. It would save him the trouble of training it. Jingtan was familiar with the surroundings. He ignored the calls of the students and walked around them to the East Gate. "That cat is so cold. Yeah, it's not like the cat from 2 days ago." It even rolled around. Are all black cats like that? No, my aunt's cat is also a black cat. It likes to be spoiled, not like this one. Jing Tan listened to the discussion of the female students behind him. He pulled his ears. He was in a bad mood. Rolling around? Spoiled? *CK them. He had to admit that when Jing Tan climbed over the wall of the east gate, his heart suddenly calmed down a lot. Maybe this was called a sense of belonging? Before Jing Tan finished his thoughts, a dog barked, which made Jing Tan's calm heart turn gloomy. Jing Tan recognized this dog barking. It had been a month since he heard it. The compound had been relatively peaceful for a month. Jing Tan looked sideways. A dog was running towards him with a bottle of mineral water in its mouth. Its owner was chasing after it. This dog was called Sahara. It had nothing to do with the famous desert. The name came from its bloodline. It was said that this guy had 3 bloodlines: Samoyed, Husky, and Labrador. Sahara's face had the serious expression of a husky, but it also had the upturned mouth of a Samoyed. The combination of these two looked wretched. It inherited the cleverness of a Labrador, but this cleverness was not always on point. For example, now, Sahara was running around with a bottle of mineral water that its owner had just bought. It probably liked being chased. Whoosh, the plastic bottle of mineral water was bitten by Sahara's fangs. The water inside sprayed out due to the water pressure. It sprayed out when Sahara ran past Jing Tan. Jing Tan did not have time to dodge and was hit. Could it be that his reaction was really bad? The culprit had run away with the leaking bottle. Jing Tan shook the water off his body. Before he could sigh, he heard the sound of wings flapping. On the wall of the compound behind him, a blue figure landed. Yesterday, I passed by your door. You were splashing water with a bucket. You splashed it on my shoes. Pedestrians on the road, laugh, laugh. Jing Tan. Chapter 17. Shaking off the water on his body, Jing Tan picked up a stone to drive the noisy parrot away. He put the key and access card back on his neck, slid down the tree, and ran towards the Jiao family's building. He jumped up and swiped the access card, running all the way to the 5th floor. Because it was an old building, many residents kept their grill doors, including the Jiao family. However, the grill door lock was broken. The Jiao family's building was safer, and since it was on the 5th floor, most people didn't come up, so it was never repaired. The wooden door was enough. The grill door was open against the wall, so it didn't block people from entering and exiting. Because it was old, there was a lot of rust on the door. Jing Tan jumped onto the grill door, and hooked onto the grill near the door lock. He clung to the grill, then raised his leg and pushed against the wall. The grill door brought Jing Tan to the door, and the rusty axle made a sharp squeaking sound. When Jing Tan was about to insert the key into the lock, the door opened from the inside. Xian borrowed Associate Professor Jiao's computer last night to write her thesis. She didn't fall asleep until dawn, and didn't wake up until she had to pee. She got up and went to the bathroom. As she lay on the sofa in a daze, she heard the noise at the door. She jumped up and ran to open the door without even putting on her shoes. Mr. Jiao said that the grill door would ring when his cat came back. Xian didn't understand the connection between Mr. Jiao's cat coming back and the grill door ringing, but when she opened the door, she knew what it was. She was stunned. In front of him, a black cat was hooking onto the grill with its paws and legs. There was a key in its mouth, and the grill door was creaking as it approached the door lock. Jing Tan obviously didn't expect to see someone at home. The cat looked familiar. Jing Tan tried to recall who the person in front of him was, while Xian was still in a daze. For a moment, the man and the cat stared at each other. In the end, Jing Tan remembered the identity of the person in front of him. When Jiao Yuan secretly took Jing Tan to the Jiao Pa's office, the Jiao Pa had told him about Xian. At that time, Xian was leading undergraduates to the public laboratory with samples. The Jiao Pa pointed at the window and told Jing Tan. Since he knew the identity of the person in front of him, Jing Tan didn't ask any more questions. The person who could come in must have been approved by the Jiao Pa. If the Jiao Pa's approval, then the person must be trustworthy. Jing Tan jumped off the grill door and went straight to the sofa. To make it easier for him to sleep, Xian put all the snacks on the sofa on the chair next to him. Jing Tan looked at the snacks that had been moved and counted them. She was instantly satisfied when she saw that none of them were missing. Xian was still standing there in a daze. Although he had recovered from the scene at the door, he was shocked by the situation on the chair. When he called Mr. Jiao yesterday, Mr. Jiao told him not to eat the snacks on the sofa. If he wanted to eat, he could eat the snacks in the second compartment of the fridge. Mr. Jiao also told him not to eat the snacks on the sofa. Xian didn't understand when he was on the phone, but now he understood. When the cat was staring at the snacks on the chair and nodding its chin, it was actually counting the snacks. Jing Tan ignored Xian, who was in a daze. He was very hungry now. He bit open the plastic packaging of the pudding and ate it. Xian looked at the black cat lying on the sofa and eating the pudding. His face twitched. Then he moved to the bedroom and called Mr. Jiao. Jing Tan listened to the sound of the phone call from the bedroom. Xian took the phone and said, "Oh, oh." Then she turned on the speaker. Jiao Pa's voice came from the phone, "Black charcoal, answer." Jing Tan looked up and said, "Wow, Xian. That sound was a bit special." "Sounds good," Jiao Pa said. Then he asked Xian to turn off the speaker. He still had some words to say to Xian. Xian held the phone and answered respectfully, but the expression on his face was very helpless. He hung up the phone and went to the kitchen to boil water. He pulled out a white plastic basin from the basin rack and washed it. Before Xian went to graduate school, he heard people say that it was best to choose a mentor who was old enough to not have a pet at home. That way, he wouldn't have to take care of the children and pets. At that time, Xian thought they were just joking. He didn't expect it to be his turn now. He didn't need to take care of the children, but the pets. While adjusting the water temperature, Xian thought, "I won't be sent to take care of pets often in the future, will I? When Mr. Jiao comes back, I must apply for a raise." When Jing Tan walked into the bathroom, he looked at the water in the basin. He raised his hand and touched the outside of the plastic basin to test the temperature. It was neither hot nor cold, just right. No wonder he was a researcher. He had a good grasp of the temperature. Jing Tan looked at the special shower gel next to the plastic basin, the towel folded on the low stool, and the hair dryer. He jumped into the plastic basin with satisfaction. He rubbed the fur on his head with the water, then put his chin on the edge of the basin and closed his eyes to soak in the bath. Xian, who was standing at the door, felt like 10,000 alpacas had galloped 100 times in her heart. He had seen relatives who had cats bathe their cats until their hands were bloody. This was the first time he had seen a cat enjoying a bath with its eyes closed. It was indeed Mr. Jiao's cat. When Jing Tan felt that the water temperature was a little cold, he was ready to get up and wipe his fur. However, when he turned his head, he saw a sesame-sized bug floating on the water. Its legs were still moving. Against the white plastic basin, the bug was quite eye-catching. Xian, who was at the door, was calculating the time. He could estimate the temperature of the water in the basin without a thermometer. He wondered why the cat hadn't come out yet. He took a look and saw that the black cat was staring at the plastic basin angrily. "What's going on?" Xian recalled Mr. Jiao's words. He didn't miss anything, but he was still worried. He carefully moved over. Soon, Xian's eyes fell on the bug on the water. As an expert in picking out bacteria, Xian naturally couldn't miss a bug. Damn it, a flea. What if there's a flea? Kill it. And then? He didn't know. Xian was hesitant. He ran to the bedroom and called Mr. Jiao. 5 minutes later, Xian came to a cabinet and opened it. There were some household chemicals in it. There were 2 bottles of insecticides. One was a relatively famous pyrethroid insecticide, and the other one was nameless. Xian was looking for the nameless one. It was probably one of the results of a joint research project between the Department of Biological Sciences and the Department of Chemical Sciences. At this stage, only some insiders had access to it. Xian sprayed some insecticides in several places in the house as Mr. Jiao said. As for Zheng Tan, he changed the water and soaked it again. The most annoying thing was the fleas. There were fleas in the bushes around the residential area, but Zheng Tan had not run into any during her stay there. She did not expect that she would run into some fleas during this long trip. It must have come from the bushes in the suburbs. Zheng Tan killed the fleas in the water with his claws every time he found one. Zheng Tan didn't even let go of the fleas that were suspected to have drowned. Zheng Tan repeatedly soaked in the water for 2 hours before he came out and rolled on the towel. Xian dried his fur with a hairdryer. Black charcoal, Mr. Jiao said that the insecticide is running out. He asked you to find someone to get more and apply some ointment on your fur. Xian didn't know why Mr. Jiao said that. He just asked him to follow the cat. Xian cried for herself. Taking care of a pet was more tiring than writing a paper. After his fur was basically dry, Zheng Tan shook his fur, walked to the door, and looked back at Xian. Xian remembered Mr. Jiao's words. She quickly put down the hairdryer and followed him. She took the key and opened the door. Zheng Tan led the way, and Xian followed him. Xian was full of doubts. However, in front of a cat, it was obviously useless to ask. It was also uncomfortable to keep it in her heart. Zheng Tan went down 2 floors and stopped in front of a house on the 3rd floor. Here. Let me ask. Before Xian could finish her words, Zheng Tan jumped up and hit the grill of the house with a volleyball smash. Bang! Xian's hair almost stood up. Although he didn't know who lived here, he knew that most of the people living in the neighborhood were seniors. He couldn't afford to offend them. A list of names appeared in Xian's mind. Now Xian only hoped that the person in the house was not one of those people. Zheng Tan didn't care what Xian was thinking. He hit the door 2 more times, louder and louder. After the 3rd hit, someone finally responded. Coming, coming. Knock 3 times? Do you think I'm deaf? It sounded like an old man. It seemed that the voice was familiar. Xian was nervous. The door was opened, and the grill door was opened. An old man with a serious face appeared. Seeing this person, Xian felt cold in her heart. Lon. Professor Lon. Looking at the serious-looking old man in front of him, Xian had the urge to turn around and run away. Unfortunately, Zheng Tan ignored Xian and walked in. He was not afraid of this old man. This old man owed him a favor. The interior of the house was very simple. There were water stains on the floor. Although Zheng Tan had just taken a shower and dried his fur, the fur on his feet was not completely dry. There was some dust on his feet when he went downstairs. At this moment, there were muddy footprints on the floor. Little bastard. I just mopped the floor. Professor Lon scolded. Zheng Tan pulled his ears and ignored him. He walked straight in. Professor Lon stared at the back of the swaggering figure and looked at the cat footprints on the floor. He turned to Xian and said, "Wipe the floor later." Xian. Chapter 18. Xian explained the purpose of her visit in a trembling voice. As soon as Professor Lon heard that Zheng Tan had fleas, she snorted and said, "Serves you right." However, Professor Lon still went to get the medicine for Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan followed her into the room. As for Xian, she was mopping the floor in the living room with a mop. Professor Lon was a retired employee of the Life Sciences Institute of Tsinghua University. Although he was retired and no longer teaching, he still had a great influence in the Institute of Biological Sciences. Moreover, even if he was no longer teaching, some companies would hire him as a tutor with a high salary. He had a cooperative relationship with many companies. Therefore, although the decoration of Professor Lan's house was simple and plain, he was very rich. Professor Lon always had a straight face, which gave people the impression that he had a bad temper and was too serious. From time to time, Professor Lon would wander around the Institute of Biological Sciences. During the practical tutor of the botany course, Professor Lon was always there to supervise. Some of the young teachers were a little lacking in confidence when they spoke, let alone the students. It was no wonder that Xian stuttered when she saw Professor Lon. She was promoted from the same university. Recalling the experience of the botany course, she still had a deep impression of Professor Lon. Therefore, Xian was very curious. Professor Lon was not the kind of person who would look at people's faces. Even if the current dean of the Institute of Biological Sciences was here, Professor Lon would not necessarily give face to him. In other words, it was definitely not because of Mr. Jiao. However, why was Professor Lon so tolerant of Mr. Jiao's cat? To be able to make Professor Lon treat him like this, in fact, it was something that Jing Tan had done by chance. More than a month ago, when Jing Tan went downstairs for a walk, he met Professor Lan's wife, old Madame Zhai. Old Madame Zhai's heart was not very good. At that time, old Madame Zhai helped an old lady from another building carry some heavy things. When she came back and went upstairs, she suddenly showed signs of illness. At that time, old Madame Zhai was on a business trip. When old Madame Zhai took out the medicine bottle with pills in it, her hand trembled and the medicine bottle rolled down the stairs. In the end, Jing Tan ran downstairs and brought the medicine bottle back to old Madame Zhai. The old lady took the medicine in time and recovered quickly. Since then, old Madame Zhai would smile whenever she saw Jing Tan. If old Madame Zhai was at home today, old man Lon would definitely not dare to scold Jing Tan. To outsiders, old man Lon had a bad temper. But internally, he would only be scolded by old Madame Zhai. Of course, when there were outsiders around, old Madame Zhai would still give old man Lon some face. Therefore, Jing Tan was not afraid of old man Lan's tense old face at all since he had old mistress support. Old man Lon took out 2 bottles. One was filled with liquid while the other was filled with powdered medicine. The liquid medicine was for Jing Tan to bathe in so that he wouldn't attract fleas when he went out to play. Jing Tan had used it before, but he didn't ask old man Lon for it because he thought it was too troublesome. As for the bottle of powdered medicine, it was sprinkled on his body. These things were not sold outside. They were all made by the old man himself. They were all natural and safe. Even if a cat licked them, it would be fine. However, Jing Tan never licked his own fur, so there was no need to worry. Old man Lon poured some powdered medicine onto his palm and applied it on Jing Tan's fur. Jing Tan turned his head and looked at the messy fur on his back. He looked at the old man with drooping eyelids. The old man didn't say anything. After applying the powdered medicine, he slowly closed the bottle cap and put it back into the bottle. Then, he slowly smoothed out Jing Tan's messy fur. After smoothing it out, he patted Jing Tan twice, almost knocking him to the ground. If you sell this medicine, you can buy a house full of cats. You've got such a great deal. When are you going to go to the small garden and help me? Old man Lon didn't expect the cat in front of him to understand. He was just making a fuss and taking revenge by patting Jing Tan a few more times. Jing Tan pulled his ears and shook his fur. He ignored the old man who was talking to himself and walked out of the room, ready to go back. Outside, Xian had finished mopping the floor. She sat stiffly on the edge of the sofa. Even a fool could see that she was nervous. Old man Lon handed 2 bottles of medicine to Xian and went back to the room to get a small brown glass bottle. Those 2 bottles are for cats. I don't need to tell you how to use them. You can ask your tutor. This brown bottle contains insecticide. It's 10x concentrated. You can dilute it when you use it. After that, old man Lon opened the door directly and motioned for the cat and the human to go out. Well. Thank you. Sorry for the trouble. Xian braced herself and thanked him. She held the bottle in her hand and followed Jing Tan out. When they went back to the Jiao family on the 5th floor, Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Jing Tan was also relieved now. After solving the problem of the fleas, he felt comfortable all over. He tore open a bag of grilled fish and ate it. However, before the human and the cat could relax, there was a knock on the door. Listening to the frequency of the knocking and the movement at the door, Jing Tan had already guessed the identity of the visitor. He looked up at the ceiling. "Can't you leave me alone?" Xian didn't know who was outside the door until she opened the door. There were 3 little boys at the door. They were about the same age as Zhao Yuan. They were all in the 6th grade of the primary school affiliated to Tsinghua University. They all lived in the compound with their families and often played together. Zheng Tan knew them, but Xian didn't. Before Xian could ask, one of the children said, "Who are you?" He asked in a righteous tone. One of the stronger children even took out a small rolling pin with mouse teeth marks from his school bag. He was on guard. Looking at the 3 children who were obviously vigilant and suspicious, Xian's smile, which she deliberately put on to show her friendliness, froze. She spent 5 minutes explaining her identity and even took out her postgraduate certificate to prove her identity. The 3 children huddled together and looked at the photo on the postgraduate certificate, then looked at Xian. "The person in the photo is your brother, right? He is obviously older than you." The child with the rolling pin said. After a pause, he suddenly said happily, "I can actually use the word older. I hope you remember to use it next time when you write an essay. Maybe you can get more than 90 points. Another child said and returned Xian's postgraduate certificate. The 3 children walked into the living room and looked at Jing Tan, who was lying peacefully on the sofa. This time, they were really relieved. The cat was normal, which meant that Xian was really an acquaintance. So they sat down on the sofa one by one. Xian looked at the empty sofa and moved a stool from the dining table. The 3 boys sitting on the sofa all looked at Xian, who was about to sit down. Xian was baffled, as if he had done something that would incur the wrath of the gods. Zheng Tan looked at this scene, exhaled a long breath, jumped off the sofa, went to the refrigerator, and opened it. "Oh. Black charcoal is so sensible. How to treat guests. Brother even a cat knows this." Xian, who was criticized, was speechless. "If it was my home, I would also know, but the problem is that this is Boss Zhao's home. I have to eat a bag of snacks carefully. I am also a guest." The strongest kid moved the fastest. He rushed to the fridge and started rummaging through the fridge. Xiong, I want the mango-flavored one. Last time I saw Zhao Yuan hiding it in the innermost part. You can search it. I want the apple-flavored one." Xian's face twitched. Is this the Japanese invading the village? Xiong searched in the refrigerator with his little fat hand and pulled out 3 popsicles. Looking at the 3 children sitting on the sofa and eating popsicles, Xian asked, "Hello, children. Why are you here?" "My grandpa said there is someone here. We saw that Zhao Yuan hasn't been to school for a few days, so we came to ask." The child who scolded Xian for not knowing how to treat guests said, Who is your grandpa?" "My grandpa is Lan Tiesu." Xian was speechless. She couldn't maintain her smile. Lan Tiesu was Old Man Lan's name. Among the 3 children, one was Old Man Lan's grandson, Lan Tianzhu. Another one was the child of a teacher in the school of chemistry called Suan. The last one was Xiong. Zheng Tan didn't know the details. He only heard that his family had some background and was quite familiar with the principal. Xian knew that her boss had something to do in another province. She didn't know the details, so she only explained that the Zhao family had something to do and had to leave for a week. "I see." Xiong was not satisfied with Xian's explanation, but it was rare for him to come here. Besides, his mother didn't allow him to eat cold food recently. If he was caught, he would definitely be scolded again. It was not a bad idea to leave after eating the popsicles. After thinking about it, Xiong asked Xian, "You are from the Institute of Biological Sciences, right? I have a question. Exian sat up straight and said, "Please go ahead. I heard that if you don't eat breakfast, your body will eat shit. Is it true?" Zheng Tan, who was lying on the sofa with his eyes closed but his ears pricked up to listen, Suan and Lan Tianzhu also looked at Exian curiously, waiting for her answer. The smile on Exian's face collapsed, but she still tried to make the question more academic. She thought for a while and said, "Strictly speaking, it's not correct. After food enters the small intestine, the nutrients will be digested and absorbed. The remaining residue will enter the large intestine and then be excreted in the form of feces. However, the large intestine is not like the small intestine. It doesn't have any absorption function and can only absorb a small amount of water and inorganic salts. Therefore, even if you don't eat breakfast, the residue in the large intestine will not be absorbed by you. Therefore, this proves that your point of view is not correct." "I knew my mom was lying to me," Xiong said angrily. "You can debate with your mom," Lan Tianzhu said. "No, I will be punished to kneel on the washboard." Xiong was disheartened. "What's wrong with kneeling on the washboard? I kneeled on the keyboard 2 days ago." "If you don't kneel on the space bar, you are not allowed to get up," Suan, who was eating an ice popsicle, said. "Why?" "In order to verify if the aqua regia can really dissolve gold, I threw my mom's gold leaf earrings in it and dissolved them." Zheng Tan and Exian. This prodigal child. "Because of this, my dad doesn't allow me to enter his laboratory again. My mom deducted a month's worth of pocket money." Suan snorted. "Actually." Lan Tianzhu wiped her mouth and said, "It's illegal to punish children, right? You can call 110. It's no use." "I've already called," Xiong said angrily. "After that, my mom changed a bigger washboard and made me kneel on it." Zheng Tan and Exian, "Damn it, children have no human rights." Xiong sighed. Lan Tianzhu glanced at it and said, "Watch your manners." "Damn it, children have no human rights." Xiong said again. Zheng Tan and Exian, as he spoke, Xiong rolled up his trousers to show them the red marks on his legs. Zheng Tan and Exian. "Your mom is so cruel." Lan Tianzhu and Suan swallowed their saliva. "No," Xiong said proudly, "I pinched myself so that I could cry more." My mom's heart softened. She changed the original hour to 15 minutes. Zheng Tan and Exian. "Why are you so proud of yourself? What's there to be proud of?" Listening to the conversation between the 3 kids, Zheng Tan felt that he was really naive back then. Exian was also roaring in her heart, what the F***ck are kids these days? After the 3 kids finished their popsicles, they reluctantly picked up their school bags and left. Before leaving, they reminded Exian and Zheng Tan, there have been thieves in the compound recently. Be careful. Several houses have been burglarized. Don't lend out your access card and don't let strangers into the building. After the 3 kids left, Zheng Tan and Exian felt that the world was finally quiet. Boiling water for the cat, blowing its fur, applying medicine, and taking care of the children. They were exhausted after a whole day. Exian decided that when Mr. Jiao came back, she must apply for a raise. She must. Zheng Tan didn't care what Exian was thinking. He was tired now. The past 2 days had been torturous enough. Thinking of Celestine's words, Zheng Tan decided to go for a run tomorrow. It was rare for Zheng Tan to go to bed before 8:00 at night. Exian used Mr. Jiao's computer to edit her thesis. She looked at the time. It was 2:00 in the morning. She stretched herself, turned off the computer, and went to the living room to sleep on the sofa. When she passed by Gu Yuzi's room, Exian looked inside. With the light in the living room, she saw a big Garfield doll in the middle of the bed. The black cat was lying on top of the bed with one leg curled up and the other leg across the Garfield doll's face. It was sleeping soundly. Exian pouted. What a bad sleeping posture. Chapter 19. In the morning, Xian was woken up by the alarm clock. They had a report in the morning, and he needed to prepare the slides an hour in advance. Even if he had to stay up late, he still had to get up. Zheng Tan and Xian went out together. Xian ran to the East Garden cafeteria and bought 2 steamed buns. She thought about it, and then bought 2 cups of soy milk. She took them to the small woods in the courtyard, where Zheng Tan was squatting on the stone table, waiting. Xian put a bag of steamed buns and a cup of soy milk on the stone table. He didn't know if cats could drink soy milk, but when he called Mr. Jiao said that his cat had a strong stomach, unlike other cats. Xian thought that he would choke if he only ate steamed buns, so he bought an extra cup of soy milk. It wasn't until he inserted a straw into the disposable cup of soy milk that Xian suddenly realized that cats probably didn't know how to use straws. While Xian was worrying, Zheng Tan had already eaten a steamed bun. He pushed Xian's hand away, bit the straw, and sucked. Xian was stunned. If it weren't for the fact that he was in a hurry to attend the report, he would have squatted here to study how Mr. Jiao's cat used a straw. How could it use a straw with its 2 leaky mouths? Zheng Tan was not in the mood to care about what Xian was thinking. He was very hungry now. He had to finish eating quickly and then go for a run. If he didn't eat, he wouldn't have the strength to run at all. There were 8 steamed buns in the bag. When Zheng Tan ate the 6th one, Huang and the sheriff ran over and gave the remaining 2 to them. As for Depang, even if it came, it would be the same as Zheng Tan. It basically didn't eat other people's leftovers. As usual, when Huang came over, it would bark twice to show that it was here and ask the others to come over quickly. After that, it would start scratching the tree. Zheng Tan threw the plastic bag containing the steamed buns and the cup of soy milk into the dustbin next to him. He walked around the stone table twice to help with digestion. When Depang slowly walked over, Huang had already started scratching the 3rd tree. Zheng Tan felt that it was about time. He called out and walked out of the forest. Huang stopped grinding his claws and eagerly followed. He ran 2 steps and nibbled on the grass beside him. Originally, Zheng Tan thought that if he did not run into Celestine, he would run on his own. Wasn't it just a run? Besides, there were still 3 cats here. Later, he would call them and run together. Before Zheng Tan left the East Garden, he saw Celestine doing pull-ups at the public exercise equipment next to the lawn. Seeing Celestine, Huang had the biggest reaction this time. This guy arched his back and jumped up like a flea. His hair stood on end, and his ears were stretched into the shape of an airplane. In comparison, Depang was much calmer than last time. He was just a little vigilant, but not as hostile as last time. Celestine let go of his hands and landed on the ground. He looked at the 4 cats. His focus was still on Depang and Zheng Tan. Without saying anything, he turned around and walked out of the lawn. Let's start running. Jogging. Doesn't Tsinghua University have a running track around the school? Let's run 1 lap first. Zheng Tan. A whole lap. Tsinghua University was very large. Since Zheng Tan came here, he basically only stayed in the East Garden. Other than that, he went to pick up Jiao Yuan and Gu Yuzi, the Institute of Biological Sciences, and Old Man Land's small garden. In fact, there were many places in the university that Zheng Tan had not been to. It was good to run around the school. He had to familiarize himself with this place. Zheng Tan ran about 20 meters and looked back. Fatty was squatting on the ground, yawning with his eyes closed. Huang ran into the grass again and curled up into a ball to pretend to be **T. The sheriff looked at the sparrow on the branch and licked its lips. Damn, none of them are reliable. I'll just run by myself in the future. Celestine did not wait for Zheng Tan. He kept running at a constant speed. Zheng Tan followed closely behind him. In the morning, the students rode bicycles or walked from the cafeteria, dormitory, square, and other places to the school building. There were some opera and vocal music students training in the peach forest. At this time of the year, the osmanthus flowers in the school had bloomed for a while. The fragrance of the flowers was not as strong as before. They were probably going to wither soon. When he passed by the square, Jingtan saw Grandma Zhai. Grandma Zhai and her old friends were waving the bright red woolen fan in their hands and doing a fan dance. Looking at the time, it should be over. They usually finished half an hour before class started so that they would not disturb the students in class. Grandma Zhai was waving her fan. When she turned around, she saw Jingtan, who was running with his mouth open and panting. She almost threw her fan away. Grandma Zhai had been doing a fan dance in the square for a long time, but she had never seen Jingtan at this time of the year. She also did not expect Jingtan to run so far. After all, this place was close to the school building. Generally speaking, it was rare to see a cat here at this time of the year. Jingtan was not in the mood to pay attention to Grandma Zhai's expression. Although he was jogging, he was already exhausted. He had never run like this before. It was no wonder that he felt uncomfortable. The first part of the journey was still okay. Jingtan still had the mood to pay attention to the surrounding scenery. However, in the second half of the run, he gradually became tired. Celestine slowed down, but Jingtan did not stop. He kept running like this. He had said that he wanted to exercise, to become stronger, and to go further. He had to stick to it. This was also for his own life. After running one lap, Jingtan went to the grass to take a rest. He knew that there was an open-air water tap on the lawn. He could drink some water first. Celestine did not stay idle. After finishing his pull-ups, he ran one lap with Jingtan. As if nothing had happened, he went to the public sports equipment and continued to do pull-ups. Jingtan stood next to the water tap to take a rest. After drinking some water, he turned his head and found that Celestine had started to run again. He even sped up. Jingtan took a few deep breaths and tried to catch up with him. However, his speed was too slow. It did not take long for him to lose track of Celestine. Jingtan did not plan to continue running. He turned a corner at the fork and ran towards Old Man Land's small flower garden. As usual, Jingtan chose to jump over the wall. There was still some distance from the entrance of the small flower garden. He was too lazy to take a detour. His legs were a bit weak from running. He almost could not jump over. Although it was a small flower garden, it was not small. There were several transparent greenhouses full of plants. There was not much open space in the garden. After jumping over the wall, Jingtan was not in a hurry to jump down. Instead, he walked along the wall. When he came to a greenhouse, he jumped directly onto the greenhouse, making a dong sound. Old Man Lan, who was working inside with a small shovel, looked up and scolded, "Can't you jump from somewhere else? If you jump a few more times, I'll have to retire early." Jingtan ignored him and walked to one side of the greenhouse. There were a few wooden boxes piled up, forming a staircase. Jingtan jumped down one by one. Jingtan turned his head to look inside the greenhouse. Because it was transparent, he could see quite clearly. Lilies? And they were yellow. Jingtan had never seen yellow lilies before. He had seen white lilies before. The flowers inside were quite similar to the lilies he bought to flirt with girls. Why did Old Man Lan plant so many yellow lilies? White lilies should sell better, right? Jingtan walked in doubtfully. At the entrance of the greenhouse was a wooden box containing some brown things. Jingtan did not pay much attention to it. His attention was now on the yellow flowers inside. Old Man Lan, who was working with a small shovel, turned around and looked. He said, "Be careful. Don't spoil these daylilies." Daylilies? Weren't they lilies? Jingtan pulled his ear. He was an idiot when it came to this. Even if he went up to take a closer look, he would not be able to tell. He could not even remember what the lilies looked like. He only felt that they were similar to the ones in his memory. Jingtan was thinking about it when people came to the small flower garden. It was a few students. They had come to take samples. Just like everyone else, these students were very reserved in front of Old Man Lon. "Professor Lon, we made an appointment to do research on the antioxidant properties of flavonoids. Come over and take samples." Old Man Lon didn't stand up either. He raised his hand and pointed to a corner of the shed. "Over there, the place where I've marked. You can all pick it, but don't touch anything other than the mark." "Ah, okay. We'll remember. We'll pay attention." A student quickly nodded. The few of them carefully came to the corner that Old Man Lon pointed out. A student who seemed to have just entered the school whispered, "So this is daylily. Why does it look like a lily?" The other students' hands trembled. Before they could even catch their breath, they heard Old Man Lon's voice. "Angiosperms, monocotyledons, lily-alesh, liliaceae, and daylilies of the daylilies. Haven't your teachers taught you these? What's so strange about them looking alike?" Old Man Lon's voice was still very calm, but people could clearly feel that he was angry. The few students were silent. No one dared to speak carelessly. They were afraid that they would accidentally make a mistake and be scolded again. They sped up their hands and respectfully bid farewell to the old man after collecting the samples. Jing Tan squatted at the side. He was still thinking about the words of the student just now. So the legendary daylilies were actually daylilies? The former sounded more high-end and Western. In comparison, the name daylilies sounded like a country bumpkin. Jing Tan had never associated these two names together. After the students left, Old Man Lon stood up and massaged his waist. He walked out of the shed and picked up the wooden box at the door. Fresh daylilies have higher fat and vitamin C content than dried daylilies, but the protein and other trace elements are lower than dried daylilies. I still prefer to eat dried daylilies. In my hometown, there are a lot of these things, but in this city, it's difficult. Black charcoal, let me tell you. Blah blah blah. These retired old professors still couldn't change their bad habit of teaching others. Even if they were talking to a cat that didn't know anything, they could still talk for a long time. As soon as he heard, "Let me tell you," Jing Tan knew that Old Man Lon was like Jiao Pa. He had entered teaching mode again. Jing Tan played in Old Man Lon's small garden for a while. He only left at noon. The sun was shining brightly. When Jing Tan returned to the main courtyard, he saw Huang lying on the grass. Half of it was in the shade, and the other half was basking in the sun. What surprised Jing Tan was that there was a creature lying next to Huang. It was whimpering. Huang hugged it and licked its fur. The creature stopped whimpering. Damn it, when did this guy with an awkward face that Huang Erwo was carrying come to the east courtyard? How come I've never seen it before? Before Jing Tan could recover from his shock, another creature ran over. Jing Tan. Chapter 20. There were two puppies in front of Jing Tan. One of them was nestled next to Huang, while the other just ran over and barked twice. Then, it began to bite Huang's ear, but it didn't seem to be using much force. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so leisurely. Looking at the three of them, it was obvious that they had known each other for more than a day. Jing Tan thought about it. The arrival of these two unfamiliar puppies should have happened during the 2 days he was away. Jing Tan jumped onto a tree next to him and lay down. The owner of these two puppies should be nearby. He was going to find out who in the East family compound was raising them. Half an hour later, a few old men walked over slowly. Two of them were holding dog leashes in their hands. Listening to their conversation, Jing Tan finally figured out why these two puppies appeared. One of the two old men was surnamed Li, and the other was surnamed Yen. The former was also a retired professor from the Academy of Biological Sciences. He studied plants and often wandered around Old Man Lon's small garden, so Jing Tan was quite familiar with him. Old Man Li lived on the first floor of the building where Huang and the others lived. Sometimes, Huang couldn't enter the building, so he went directly to his house. As for the one surnamed Yen, Jing Tan had seen him a few times in the East family compound, but he wasn't familiar with him. He wasn't from the Academy of Biological Sciences. In the past few days, there had been a few burglaries in the East family compound. The two old men had the idea of raising a dog. Old Man Li's building didn't have any burglaries, but after all, they lived on the first floor. The old man was a little worried, so he called his son, who lived on the other side of the city, and asked him to get a large dog. He didn't have any other requirements, as long as it was big enough. It had to be majestic. He didn't want it to be small like a chihuahua. It didn't look reliable. Old Man Li's son received his father's call and thought hard for a whole night. He contacted some friends to give him ideas. Large dogs were strictly regulated in Chuhua now. It was more troublesome to register them, but since the old man had asked, he had to get one. He was worried about keeping a large fierce dog at his parents' house. It would be very dangerous. Besides, the family members of the staff would be there. It would be bad if anyone got bitten. After thinking about it, he finally decided to buy a Saint Bernard from a friend. It was big enough and had a relatively gentle temperament. It didn't bark much, but it was a little troublesome because it liked to drool. Old Man Li did not know much about animals. Anyway, it was fine as long as he was sure that it was a big dog. After seeing it, he decided on the spot. This dog is not bad. Let's call it Xiaohua. Zheng Tan imagined the figure of an adult Saint Bernard with an awkward face, and then thought of the name, Little Blossom. What af * king trap. As for Old Man Yen, someone's house in the building he lived in had been burglarized. Old Man Yen lived on the second floor, so nothing was stolen. However, he was still worried, so he called his daughter, who was abroad, to seek her advice. Old Man Yan's standards were different from Old Man Li's. He told his daughter, it doesn't matter how big a dog is, as long as it bites. Of course, this bites did not mean that it would bite the people in the courtyard. Instead, it meant that if there was a burglar in the house or some dangerous people on the road, it would have the ability to protect its owner from theft. It was not like some dogs that looked majestic, but did not even bark when a burglar entered the house. In the end, Old Man Yan's daughter asked her friend to get her a bulldog, which was the one that Zheng Tan saw. It was a little deformed. Its fur was white except for a black circle around one eye, as if it had been punched. Its small triangular eyes and its face made Zheng Tan feel that it was a little cheap. Old Man Yen named the little bulldog Zhuang Zhuang. He heard that bulldogs were fierce to other animals, so Old Man Yen deliberately let the little guy familiarize himself with the surrounding animals when it was young. Even if it became fierce in the future, it would not be fierce to the internal members of the courtyard. Zheng Tan looked at the bulldog. It seemed to like biting cat ears like the noisy parrot, and it was a little too active. It kept tossing and turning. Zheng Tan guessed that it would not be a well-behaved animal in the future. In contrast, although it was still a puppy, it was much bigger than Huang and Zhuang Zhuang. It was much quieter. After a few whimpers, it fell asleep while being licked by dumbass Huang. The three of them were getting along well now, but he did not know how the two puppies would be when they grew up. In any case, Zheng Tan felt that the peace of the East family courtyard was going to be gone forever. At noon, Zheng Tan went back to the Jiao family to eat something. Xian brought back a meal. When Zheng Tan ate it, it was a little cold, so he had to make do. After dinner, Xian lay on the sofa to catch up on sleep. When she woke up, she had to continue writing her thesis. Zheng Tan was bored in the afternoon, so he went out again. Under the afternoon sun, Zheng Tan was a little sleepy. He looked around and did not see any other animals, so he went to the artificial lake. At this time of the day, there were not many people around the artificial lake. After finding a good place, Zheng Tan jumped on a willow tree and closed his eyes to take a nap. Since he became a cat, Zheng Tan had developed a habit of lying on high places. Strangely, he was not afraid of high places, nor was he afraid of falling down halfway. He had been sleeping peacefully in the tree. After sleeping for a while, Zheng Tan's ears moved. He heard someone approaching. He opened his eyes and looked through the gaps between the leaves. A young woman came over with a book in her arms, sat down on a wooden chair not far from Zheng Tan, and started reading. Zheng Tan felt that the woman was familiar. He thought for a while and remembered that she was the heroine of the 8 o'clock episode that the parrot was watching some time ago. Zheng Tan curiously looked sideways at her belly. Maybe the clothes she was wearing were loose, so he could not tell that she was 3 months pregnant. Zheng Tan did not continue to watch the show that day, so he did not know much about the woman's situation. But looking at the situation now, was she going to give birth? Zheng Tan pulled his ears and did not think much about it. Anyway, it had nothing to do with him. That kind of 8 o'clock episode happened in China every day, and Zheng Tan had seen a lot of it. He turned over and was ready to go back to sleep. Unexpectedly, not long after, Zheng Tan heard someone approaching again. Judging from the footsteps, it did not seem to be a man. Opening her eyes slightly, Zheng Tan saw an old woman in her 50s. She had a serious expression on her face and was comparable to Old Man Lon. However, this old woman had a hint of fierceness to her. Her aura was very strong, and she seemed a little harsh. She made people feel intimidated, as if she was a person in a high position giving orders. When the old woman came over, she deliberately looked around. After making sure that there was no one else, she went straight to the person sitting on the bench. Little Joie. The old woman's face became a lot kinder, and her voice was also very soft. Zheng Tan felt that she probably did not want others to hear their conversation. Could it be that there was something shameful? Zheng Tan perked up his ears. Teacher Yi. It's okay. Sit down, don't get up. The old woman also sat on the wooden bench, but the two of them did not talk much. Inexplicably, Zheng Tan felt that the atmosphere was a little heavy. After waiting for 2 minutes, the old woman sighed and said, "You've really decided?" "Yes, I've decided. That's Project A." When the old woman said the 3 words, Projecta, her voice was very low. Zheng Tan could barely hear it because of his good hearing. If it were anyone else, they would not be able to hear their conversation. Teacher Yi, I've really decided. The two of them chatted for a while. Zheng Tan originally wanted to find out what this so-called Projecta was, but the two of them did not mention this word at all. The things they talked about were too specialized, and Zheng Tan did not understand them. It was all about physics, and it made him dizzy. The hanging willow branches just happened to block Zheng Tan's view. The old woman probably only paid attention to whether there were people around, and did not pay attention to whether there were other animals around. That was why she did not notice Zheng Tan until she left. When the last class in the teaching area was over, the person called Little Joie on the wooden bench got up and left. Looking at the sky, Zheng Tan also returned to the family area. For the whole night, he thought about this so-called Projecta. He felt that it was very mysterious. The next day, Zheng Tan followed Celestine for a run, walked around, and went home to eat. Zheng Tan wandered to the artificial lake again. Sure enough, he saw the person called Little Joie sitting at the same place as yesterday. He was reading a book with a pen in his hand, writing something in a book. Zheng Tan thought for a moment, then walked over and jumped onto the wooden bench. Little Joie sensed movement and turned his head to see a black cat staring at him with round eyes. He smiled and continued what he was doing. Seeing that she did not stop him, Zheng Tan leaned forward to take a closer look at what was written in the book in her hand. It was a very profound formula, and there were many symbols that Zheng Tan had never seen before. In short, Zheng Tan did not understand at all. As for the book under the book, it was all in English. There were a lot of professional words and phrases. Zheng Tan thought that he could speak a little English, but he was completely at a loss when faced with this. How frustrating. Zheng Tan could not understand it, but he did not leave immediately. He was really curious about this so-called Projecta. He thought that he should have a chance to understand it while he waited here, right? Therefore, Zheng Tan lay on the wooden bench for the whole afternoon. The old woman came by halfway. When she saw Zheng Tan, she flipped through the pet tag hanging on Zheng Tan's neck and did not say anything else. For the next few days, Zheng Tan ran in the morning and slept on the bench by the artificial lake in the afternoon. The old woman came by every day to check on him. She only stayed for a few minutes and left after saying a few words. Sometimes, she would not disturb little Joie when he was calculating. She would just stand there for a while before leaving. This day, early in the morning, Jingtan did not walk outside after finishing his run. He went straight back to the Jiao family. He did not do anything for the rest of the day. He just squatted on the sofa and waited. Because today was Wednesday, a week had passed. The Jiao family came back today. Xin had an experiment in the hospital today, so she would not be back at noon. Jingtan ate snacks to solve his lunch. Looking at the clock on the wall, Jingtan felt that time was passing so slowly. It was not until 3 p.m. that Jingtan heard the Jiao Yuan downstairs. He rushed down from the sofa and ran to the balcony to look downstairs. The Jiao Ma, Gu Yuzi, and the Jiao Yuan were each holding a bag. When they saw Jingtan peeking out from the balcony railing, the three of them laughed. After they entered the building, Jingtan opened the door and waited for them. The three of them looked a little tired and sad when they got home. However, the two children still looked relaxed when they got home. After taking a shower, the Jiao Yuan and Gu Yuzi went back to their rooms to catch up on sleep. Children got tired easily. They did not sleep well at home for the past few days. They were not used to being outside. The Jiao Ma was rolling the dumpling wrappers. She would wake the two children up after dinner. Jingtan was lying on the sofa and watching TV. He was in a good mood. Project A, Hua Xia, and Niu Zhuangzhuang were all temporarily forgotten. The Jiao family was back, which meant that he did not have to eat half-cold cafeteria food or eat tiresome snacks for lunch and dinner. Everything was good again. The Jiao Pa came back around 5 p.m. After he got back to school, he went to the hospital to do something. Xin needed the equipment from the Physics Institute for her experiment. As a supervisor, he had to show up to borrow the expensive equipment. Therefore, he went to the Physics Institute. The Jiao Pa came back with a puzzled look on his face. When he saw Jingtan on the sofa, he asked, "Black charcoal, did you do something again?" The Jiao Ma, who was tasting the soup with a spoon, was unhappy when she heard this. Black charcoal is so obedient and sensible. What could he have done to make you like this? Scientific researchers should speak with facts. Don't be so suspicious. I just went to the Physics Institute to borrow the equipment and bumped into Lord Xing again. Lord Xing actually smiled at me. The Jiao Pa said with a puzzled look. Sneer? The Jiao Ma asked. She could not be blamed for thinking this way. Every time the Jiao Pa went to the Physics Institute to borrow the equipment and bumped into Lord Xing would frown at him as if he owed him 1,000,000 yuan. No, it was a normal smile. A normal smile on Lord Zhang's face was very abnormal. The Jiao Ma's heart skipped a beat. She walked out of the kitchen with a spoon and looked at Jingtan, who was lying on the sofa innocently. Black charcoal, what did you do again?